the rivers flow, chasing the stars with a fearless stride. My funded futures take me worldwide. My funded futures light the way, breaking through night into brighter days. My funded TV shows the scene, living my life like a vivid dream. The clock keeps ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way, breaking through.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded TV with My Funded Futures. Let's welcome our traders, both Barbie and Nick does futures.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Good. Good to be back. How about you?
Good. Yes, we missed you yesterday. Did you have a good day off?
Yeah, I mean, I just had stuff to do, so I wouldn't really call it a day off, but yeah, it was off from you guys for sure. Yeah, no, it was good. Good to get some stuff done before we go on holiday vacation.
Very nice. Yeah, Barbie was saying the same thing. Barbie, like when you had your days off, you're like, they're not really days off.
Yeah, no, it's just you have engagements sometimes that are just super important. You gotta take care of. But yeah, no, it was good thing I didn't watch the market yesterday. During the AM session, it looked like it was pretty choppy. So good day to miss, I guess, right?
Yes. However, I did pass the eval that we traded on air together. So that was great. So now I have one funded account and then I got the Pogo on it. So I got the freebie.
Yay.
Nice, good stuff.
Yeah. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Abhishek, Magnus, our awesome mods. James Bond, good morning. Good morning, Pine Tree Trader. Cupcake Explode, good morning. How is everyone today? Type 1 if you're ready to start the day with us. Let's go. Let's make some money.
The name
today.
like Cupcake Explodes. You have to be ready.
Yes, I do love that name. So some exciting news. Did you guys see what Matt posted on X?
Yeah, I did. It was pretty cool about the accounts and the instant. I think the instant approval is probably the coolest thing. But I will say the sim funded payout cap being raised like to 100K is huge. You know, because you can't keep it at. You can't raise the amount of accounts and keep the cap the same. So you have to raise those. But I'm surprised they raised it as much as they did. I thought it would have went to like 50, but went to 100. So I'll be in the soon. It will be.
Right. We can share my screen. So I can show you guys in case anyone hasn't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Do you guys see it? Oh, there it is.
It's loading. There we go.
Yeah. So Matt tweeted massive changes coming to My Funded Futures. So we will be able to have 5 funded accounts. It's coming, and $100,000 in the sim funded stage. That's also coming. No daily loss limit on any plans. That is coming. No sim funded consistency rules. That's coming, and plans for under $80. What?
We were talking about yesterday how I like to, I like to manage multiple prop accounts and kind of keep adding them and not threaten them all at once. And I was hoping that this was going to be announced soon. So yeah, we get to have 5 of them.
Yes. It's very exciting. So we don't know when soon. And the second we find out, we will let all of you guys know. Should we take a look at the markets? Who wants to go first, Barbie or Nick?
I'll go first since I was off yesterday and just kind of all right. So I'm going to start with gold because it was something I was watching. What I wanted to play out, played out. So we were selling off pretty heavily. And like last week, I wanted to see yesterday put in a green candle just like this one, invert, not creating a fair value gap right here. So as you can see here, there's a gap. So to me, this, after seeing this candle close yesterday, I was looking to target this high. However, look at the hourly chart, ever since Asia, it's just been going higher. So I'm still bullish on it. Obviously, first target hit right here. Second target will probably be right around in here before going back to these relative equal highs. That'll probably be what I'm watching. So I'm pretty bullish. I think this is the low of the week on gold. If we get above this gap here, definitely that'll be confirmation for me. So I'm looking for any sort of retracement back into, 1 hour fair value gap, like maybe this one right here at 10 o'clock. On the 4-hour candle close at 10 o'clock, and then any of these on the 1 hour. But it's pretty extended today, so I may not catch that move today. But going to indices now, obviously, BS has not ran all-time highs, NQ has. But a lot of my interest is coming on these like intermediate time frames, like the 1 hour or the 4 hour. And I noticed that we have SMT here with NQ inside this 1 hour gap that we've put in from Asia on Sunday night. So I'm going to be watching to see if this is the low here, because you can see NQ ran like way lower. So I want to see if this is the low of the morning of the day, and then start to move towards these relative equal highs here from Monday, Tuesday. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm watching here this morning. Let me check the 5-minute charts out. So yeah, and maybe be able to get something on the 15-minute. But looks like it's gonna have to be before market open. The news we have today is let's see here. I pull up. So we have Powell speaks at 9:30. Yikes. And then at 10 o'clock, we have Jolts, if this is correct. So, yeah, NFP weeks are, for me, the closer you get to them, the lower the probabilities are. It's like a Thursday before NFP, but this week, Wednesday is that day before NFP, right? So I will be, active today, and then probably on Thursday in terms of day trades and stuff like that. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them. But yeah, that's pretty much what I'm watching. Bullish on indices, bullish on gold, one on retracement on gold, and then yeah, that's pretty much all I got.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
Barbie, what are you thinking?
Well, looking at ES, I wanted to start with the daily. We're in a new month right now, so I always try to kind of reevaluate everything when we enter a new month. But this is that run that we've been pushing, so we've been extremely, extremely bullish. I just noticed my cursor's not coming through, but that was distracting me. But we have run all the way up into, we've been pushing the third ATR Keltner on the ES daily, which is really a natural point for the market to kind of take a breath. I mean, we've been super, super strong, but I am kind of watching that. The other thing that I really wanted to kind of take into context, though, is the monthly, since we are on a new month. We had a really strong monthly close. And because that monthly is now closed, I like to kind of think ahead about what this next candle could possibly do. And, my daily plans are going to kind of try to make sure that they make sense within this. But if we keep pushing, we can target all the way up here, even into 6,500. But then if it starts retracing, there's kind of an obvious spot down here around 6,000. So everything I'm doing, I'm kind of taking into context there. And we're also getting a little bit extended on the monthly, even though we have room up. So I'm wondering if, now that we're on the daily, if it makes sense to get a little bit of a retracement. We're kind of at that point. So is that going to come today? It could definitely come this week, but that's what I'm very cautious of, that retracement. That would be a healthy retracement. And there could be a lot of people on X saying, the bubble is bursting. Everybody sell, sell, sell. We got to freak out. I'm not going to freak out, because we have a ton of room down on the monthly that I just showed you. We have a ton of room down on the daily. The 21, by the time we get down there, even if we just move down here a little bit, it's going to be up around 6,100. So a healthy retracement in the market can come down to 6,100 on the daily. So we actually hit, we did hit technical all-time highs. The adjusted all-time high is still above us on ES. I'll show you what that looks like. So this is the June contract's all-time high is currently kind of trying to be support right now. And then the adjusted one is up here. We haven't hit that one yet. And we're kind of sandwiched between this. This happens a lot. The market tends to kind of, it's a good spot to kind of confirm if we're really feeling that bullish or not. Because I've noticed that when we get into this kind of sandwich between the two different ways that you can calculate the all-time high, it's a good time to take a breath. We did have the trend line. This is exactly, the point where I was thinking that the market was going to turn yesterday was around 2165. That's exactly where it reached up to and bounced back off. So that is kind of showing me that the market is starting to slow down here a little bit, just naturally. It's kind of that natural ebb and flow. So for today, I do kind of have that bearish caution, and it's not like I think the market's going to really turn bearish, but it is time for kind of a retracement down. So far, we've gotten a retracement down into that support that was the June contract's all-time high. So what now? If we chop, I think that this is kind of the area that we chop between that high yesterday, or probably really between the 6250s down into, well, probably a little bit lower because we have this level down here around 6220. So this is kind of the chop zone, 6220 to 6260 in here. So it's, if we can get anything going outside of there, that would be kind of interesting. I'm not real sure. Right now, it looks like if we can get another push up, that we're just going to be kind of retesting that 62.65 that we were in yesterday, and then maybe kind of falling back lower. Like we're kind of running out of steam a little bit, but that is the bullish move. If we push up through 62.50 and tag this high from yesterday, just kind of retest it, we could push through it a little bit, but we're really sort of reaching the limits where I think a lot of profit taking is happening, more and more profit taking the higher we go. So that's where I'm kind of looking for things to kind of fall back down. I already kind of said this was the kind of chop zone if we can't push through. I just think it's going to be really hard to push through that 65. So to the downside, we have kind of that same level where it would be, I'm kind of expecting a choppy day, but we have this wider range of chop. So if we move lower, we have the 62, I marked it as 62.22. I don't know if it's going to be precise. We kind of got a zone that I put around that. Really up to 62.27. There's a lot of confluence here. That's why I drew this box. It's kind of faint. I should have made it darker, but there's a lot of confluence when I'm looking at different strategies of finding support and resistance with volume profile, market profile, and just regular support and resistance on multi-time frame charts. There's a lot of little things to look for here. We got the single prints from the other day that have been tested, but I think there's still a reason for the market to kind of test down into 62.22 or 62.20, that kind of area. It could kind of test below and even go down to the 62.10. But and if we start getting down to 6,200, that's when I think that things could accelerate lower. But I also think there's going to be a lot of support just because we have a lot of support in 62.20, and then below there, it's going to seem like a good deal to some people. So that's kind of what I'm looking at on ES. I'm also kind of watching the move that Nick was talking about on gold. When we have gold strong, we talk about how that's inverse to the ES. So if gold's really strong, unless it finds some weakness, the indexes are going to have a harder time pushing back higher as well. So I'm also going to be watching the VIX. It's hanging around 17, same place it was yesterday. But if that starts heating up or cooling off, that's going to give me another sign. But and yeah, we have the data after the bell, so it's a little tricky today. PAL and I've got it up here.
Jolt.
PAL and JOLTS and PMI. So those are at 9:30 and 10. This is going to be a tricky time because unless you have a quick scalp, you want to be out of the way of these probably. So quick scalps up until then, and then it'll clear out some after 10. So that's
not looking so good for my long thinking a gap fill. I don't know. Sounds so scary. I'm in 1 micro long, you guys, thinking gap fill like on the long side. It's 1 micro. This is my new funded account. We made about $600 doing an overnight swing into this morning. Yeah, 3 micros, overnight swing, about $600. The power of micros. Who trades micros? Barbie, Nick, do you guys ever do micros?
I can't tell you last time I traded minis.
I mean, I feel like when you're working with a prop account and you've got 1,500 to 2,500 to draw down or whatever it is, how are you trading minis? I mean, micros are just sized for that size account, in my opinion.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I started with like a $2,000 account myself, so I didn't know, I wasn't trading minis in that. I was always trading micros.
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple of accounts that are like up, 10K from drawdown, 10K from like the lowest point, and like I'm still trading micros. I'm not trading minis on it. It's all the same,
Yeah, I mean, people
you just
argue
take
about
20
commissions, but
micros.
I mean, I would rather pay more commissions and not blow an account. It's
Right.
just math, Barbie math there.
Yeah, risk of ruin is much higher if we're sized too big. What do you guys think about using minis for like scalps? Because I think some people, they only scalp. And so using like full-size contracts is easier.
I want some room because, I mean, the way a lot of people think is they want to have where their stop doesn't lose very much money. I want to have my stop where it doesn't hit. And so I want to be able to have enough room, and I don't always have enough room even on a scalp for a mini. So it's easier for me to take plus I can scale out. Even if it's a scalp, I can start scaling out if I take the micros. If I take 5 or 10 micros, then I can take a majority of them off 2 or 3 points and then just leave some runners to go from there. It's so much less stressful, so much less.
Yeah, that's what I did with these 3 that I swung overnight, because I wanted my stop up here. And so it gave me lots of room, right? Like my entry didn't have to be super precise. My entry was right here. It did go against me a little bit, but my stop was up here. My take profit was down here. It was a little short of 2 to 1, but yeah, it was because of the micros, and it's a new funded account. I'm like, I cannot screw this up. It's like what was in my thought. So
Yeah.
trading small seems to work better.
I just feel like it's just so much easier. Like how I trade, it all depends on like the trader. Like if you're a scalper, then maybe minis is just the best thing. But for me, like I would consider myself like intraday. I'm in a trade from anywhere from 30, 15 to 30 minutes, sometimes an hour. I just feel like micros are the best because you can just like scale out. Like if I can't really take the right percentage of profit with 3 minis. Like I at least want to take 70, 80% out, 70 or 80% of my money off the table when price hits like at least 2R or 3R objective. You can't do that. Like if you have 3 minis, you take off 2, I guess that's like 66% and you got 1 holding. But I don't know. I just feel like it's just so much easier to do the math that way too, right? Like if you got 20 micros, easy to take off 16.
Yes. I see some people commented. CJ said, I failed an entire year with micros, and the first week back to 1 mini, I passed 2 tests. Well, congratulations, CJ, on passing those tests. It seems like everyone, you have to kind of figure out yourself as far as what works best for you. I know Pine Tree Trader has said that he tends to overtrade if he is trading with micros versus minis. Yeah. So for him, he rarely ever trades micros.
But if you take 10 micros instead of 1 mini, then you have room to scale out. That's what I don't understand. Like you're not so stressed to nail that profit target.
Yeah, you have to nail it, I feel like.
Yeah, I think it's like an ego thing for most people too. It's like they want to trade minis or sometimes too, like they'll hook up their account to TradingView and they're looking at ES and NQ, but they don't want to have to pull up MNQ and MES or MGC or whatever. So they just think, okay, I'm just gonna trade minis on this and they'll be fine. I don't need a chart.
Yeah.
So what I do is I actually have them on the same chart. I don't know if I can share this easily. I probably can't. It'll just take me a second. Let me put this over here. You'll be able to see it at the top. This is on my Ninja. This is what I use to actually trade on. You can see I have the MES and the ES loaded on this chart, and it's so I can get my tools down here that are working off of volume and I need the full action for the ES. I can run those on ES, but then I can trade on the micros, even though this chart is showing me the information from the ES just by having them both loaded on that chart. So there's all sorts of little tricks that you can do. And that's kind of part of the job is to learn how to do these things. Or not, if you just want to keep it super simple, but if you want to be able to watch the ES data and trade the micros, it is possible. You just have to learn how to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And some people use micros like to scale in, which is nice.
Yeah, that's how I use them too sometimes. So.
Yeah, you can do that if you're not totally sure. It's like, well, this would be a good entry, but, and then you can start it. And then if that other stuff comes into play, then that's when you add.
Yes. So the market is going to open in about 7 minutes. Everyone answer the poll. What's your bias? Bullish, bearish, or you're not sure quite yet? We've had quite the run. When I look at the daily, like when are we going to have a red day? Like maybe today, I'm not sure. So far we have 45% bullish, 30% bearish, and 25% not sure. Donovan says not sure. Nick, you are kind of looking bullish, thinking possibly bullish today.
I am if I was basing it off of just pure technicals, but with when I see a lot of high impact news events and like all within an hour or two, I just think of like that's just like landmines in my opinion, especially for like beginner traders, right? Because you could be in like that perfect position. Powell says something about like rates or and then Jolts comes out, and then that perfect position or that perfect trade idea, just gets, maybe you get stopped out temporarily, and then you're all mad, and it just leads to stuff. So I'm just gonna, how long does you think he's gonna speak here? I mean, is this like this isn't a testimony, so I guess he's just going to be, I don't know if it's gonna be 30 minutes to an hour. I'll probably just have to pull up my different screen.
He's in a policy panel at the ECB.
Okay.
So this is actually more European news, but they'll be listening to him.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a panel, so it may actually go a good bit. So I'm probably just going to be watching him, see when he's done, and hopefully it coincides with Jolts being that news comes out, and then I can finally engage in the market. But yeah, waiting on news.
Yes, I got flat because all of that news made my stomach flip. So I did get flat. Exciting news. Speaking of news, the promo is 50% off any plan, any size for the entire month this month. And every trader gets one use of that. And the second month will renew at full price. But afterwards, renewal is 15% off. Oh, let me clarify that. Use code YouTube for that if anyone wants a new account this morning to start the week, start the month, start July off on a great foot. So 50% off. And I will clarify that. About
50% off code YouTube, but so it's 50% off your first. You want me to read it? It's 50% off your first month, full price your second month, then the third month and forward should be 15% off. So somebody correct me if that's not right.
And to break it down in terms of prices, that's like a starter plus, I think, for like $65 or $64. Yeah. And then the expert, which is like my favorite platform plan, I think that's a 50K expert. It's like $114, $115. So with that promo, and every
114 for the expert, which is awesome, and that's still zero activation fee, still the great payouts, the fast payouts, all that.
Super fast, like automatic payouts for most of the payouts. So that's like we went from measuring in the minutes to milliseconds now of how quickly we can get paid out.
Oh yeah, and like you say, the instant payout approvals. So that was
Yes. Amazing deal. What do you guys like about the expert accounts?
It's like a cash. It's the closest thing you can get to a cash account in the platform space, in my opinion.
Yeah. Because like you can just trade as many days or as little days as you want, as long as you only trade like 1 day a week. I think it's like 14
No,
calendar days.
I've actually ran into this last year. I took a trade on a Monday and took a trade I was out of town the following Tuesday or Wednesday. And, like that was my fault though. I thought it was like once every 7 trading days, but it's like calendar days. So make sure that you're trading within that mark. So calendar days included. But yeah, no, it's just you come in there, you can place 1 trade a week, and you get a good size leverage, and anything you want to withdraw, you can. Anything above the buffer, because if it's a 50K account, you get above 52, you run it up to 56, you can withdraw 4K right there. So I just think it's the best in my opinion. It's the best. I don't care what anyone says. And for $115 with no activation fee and instant payout approvals, and I don't know, it's just a no-brainer in my opinion. Code YouTube.
Code YouTube, everyone. Use code YouTube to help support our channel and all of the traders on our show. So someone asked, Alexi said, 50% off for returning traders. What does it mean? So that means it's 50% off, not just new traders, but also current traders. So anyone gets to use that.
We've had a
code.
promo where your first account, like when you're brand new to the company, you get your first account for 50% off. But now it's any account, everybody can go get a 50% off account.
Yes. Market is going to open in less than 1 minute.
Yeah, I got posts.
Let's go. Okay, let's set the first bounty after market opens because it's going to open any second.
I'll take 1,000 and 1,000.
1,000 and 1,000. I like it.
Because we're already at 500 and 143 because I just like the stream. Let me see here. I gotta share this promo on socials. Send it to.
Let's go, everyone. Share the stream on all of your socials.
Ding, 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 ding. By the way, the market just opened.
Ding, 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 ding. Market is
open.
Let's see what it's doing. It's pushing higher. Yeah, I was just so nervous about the gap fill on the long side with all the news that's coming. Anything can happen. Okay, for the first bounty, I am seeing 700, 750. Nick said 1,000. 700. I think yesterday we set it at, I'm seeing a lot of 700s. First bounty. Maybe we should split it in the middle between Nick.
Let's do 800.
Yeah, let's do 800. Let's split it in the middle.
Chat's about to hate me. They'll be like, no, 700.
I liked 1,000 better, but yeah.
Result design
being nice to you today.
800, okay. Okay, let's set it at 800. First bounty is set at 800 likes and 800 views, and then we will unlock the treasure, and we will hopefully get some free accounts or some free reset. Market is kind of trying to figure out what it wants to do. NASDAQ is down 90 points in the red.
ES is pushing. So it's one of those times when, so this is what I'm looking at right here. This candle right here and this candle right here do not match. And the trading is going to be a lot better and easier when they're in agreement. So choppy open.
How's the VIX looking so far?
I mean, it just reopened. It's 17, so it's not.
17.
I mean, it just reopened, so we gotta wait a little bit.
Yeah, 17 is on the maybe lower side.
Well, yeah. So what? But it doesn't mean that we can't move down today, because like I said, it's kind of like a natural time. It doesn't mean that the sentiment has changed. It means that it's a natural time for the market to have a technical retracement. So I'm not
Mhm.
saying that's going to come today, but it is kind of in the cards to come soon. So could come
Mhm.
today.
Yeah. It needs to take a breath, it sounds like. Did you
Yeah.
guys know? Oh, go ahead, Nick.
No. Go ahead. I was just about to say. I was just saying the daily is heavily overextended for sure.
Yeah. Did you guys know that throughout the entire year, if you add all the green days and then you add all the red days, it's like about a little bit more than 50% red days. As far as the close of the day, if the market closes red or green for SPX, which is so surprising because over time markets keep going higher. What that tells me is that the green days are a lot bigger than than the red days. Kua says Terry is a bear. I often do trade on the short side.
I will say, like that move down in April, how like I've never seen a more volatile. Like, well, I mean, 2020 was different because like I don't know. I just feel like I remember seeing in April like 280.1 minute candles like throughout the day. You know what I mean on NQ, and that's just crazy to me. Uh, and that was just a insane. That was a generational run right there. You know, all the way down and all the way back up within 2 months. So
It was
yeah,
incredible.
yeah. But we
Yeah.
have had a big move since last Monday for sure.
Yes. We definitely
200,
have.
1,500 points. You know, that's can't be understated for sure. Basically, let's see here. I want to see what gold's doing here. So gold's giving me a pullback, which would be nice. 4-hour chart. I want to pay attention to how the 4-hour closes at 10 a.m. as well. I'd like to see it preferably displace through here, close above, and then retest it in the next 4-hour candle. In terms of trades I'm looking for, like at this moment in time, step one to see would be waiting for confirmation to see if this SMT, this divergence here holds post Powell and post news, and then I'll probably look to engage. If you drop to the lower time frames, it's not as clean as it was like 20 minutes ago. It's looking like, I think Barbie said, a little choppy. It's starting to get a little choppy. So just watch on that. I would not be surprised either if we came lower on ES and NQ to this daily fair value gap at 6223 and on NQ at 22,749, because that would be like a daily gap fill. And that would be like a healthy retracement, right? Like that's not,
Mhm.
that wouldn't be like the market selling off. If you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in here. Someone said code YouTube not working. Huh.
They always say that every day.
Yes, it is working. We some people did test it. It is working. One of our mods said try a different browser. Try it on another browser, Abhishek said.
Yeah, I've had to do that sometimes before too.
Yeah, so to clarify, the 50% off is off any account, any size for everyone, and everyone gets to use that, get that discount once. It goes until the end of the month. Yeah, just to clarify. How are we doing on the bounty?
Yeah, what did we set it at again? 800?
800. All right, everyone smash the like button. Let's go. 2 hands. Let's go, you guys. Good morning, Ninjai. Good morning to you.
I don't actually know how long, someone was asking how long Powell speaks for. I don't actually know how long this event is, if anybody does know.
The less the better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's participating in a panel, so I don't even think he's on yet, and I don't know when exactly he goes on.
Yeah. Well, he's got till next May, and then he's out of a job. There'll be someone else talking on there. The only it's red folder though, so that's the only thing that.
Yeah, he's not on yet. I just looked at it. He's not even on yet. So I don't know when exactly he's going on. That's what we have to pay attention to.
All right. So you guys are both waiting to see what the market does.
Yeah, I'm waiting to participate here on
Mhm.
indices just due to like all the news I was talking about beforehand. Like just landmines all over the place to me when I see all these high impact news events stuffed within like an hour or so.
Well, the market's telling us too, because it's not really moving anywhere yet, and the indexes aren't really moving in the same direction or anything yet. We got a really mixed open.
Do any of you guys trade YM?
No,
Yeah, but
I don't. Barbie, do you?
not very much. I mean, that's the thing is like I can trade the ES in my sleep, and I can trade the Nasdaq based off of the ES. The Dow moves a little bit differently. I do like some of my very best plays. Like if we're going into a short squeeze or something, the Dow is going to participate, and so I do watch it. But as far as putting it in the trading plan, I haven't that much. I have on the algos because I have some algos that I can put more in one account if I use more assets. So that's one way I do it. But PAL did just start. Someone brought that up in chat. PAL is just come on at this ECB forum.
Someone said, look at gold on the daily time frame. Yeah, this is kind of, I put my game plan Sunday night. I was just going to watch and see how Monday printed on the daily. If it wanted to displace lower, I'd look for us to attack this low. If we got a bounce from here inside of this fair value gap and we closed off a potential bearish one, I'd look to target this high. However, we were already at this high by the time I woke up. So I'll continue to look for high, run higher up to here and here. I would want preferably a daily close above this fair value gap here, inversing it, and then I'll just look to target here and here the rest of the way. But yeah, someone said look at the daily on gold. I can look at oil if you want.
Yeah, that sounds great.
I know I used to trade it a lot more than.
It's been really different this year. It's been a little more complicated.
Yeah, like I just have noticed the setups have just not worked out. And
I had my go-to play on crude, and it's not my go-to play on crude right now. It's kind of a disaster.
I just felt like every way you tried to, unless you were trading during like the news with overseas and tariffs and stuff like that, you weren't really getting any direction. Like we've really just been in this huge range. Last year, last year in the summer, it was pretty good to trade, like right around in here. It was attacking lows and stuff like that, and PDOAs on the bearish side were getting respected, whereas here, like everything's just kind of getting like disrespected both ways. But if I were to pick, I don't know. I feel like oil likes to stay within like a 60 to like 75 point, like 75 in terms of current price in that range. But I just don't like this chart.
Yeah, I keep looking at it and it just doesn't have. I'm always looking for meat on the bone. So if I have a stop loss, I need to have a target that's got some room on it, and I'm not finding those in short term or longer term on oil right now. And I was even looking at USO, and I feel like the move kind of had already happened. There was a lot of flow on some out of the money calls and stuff, but that's all gone. It's like the major players are not playing in crude right now, so I don't really want to.
Which is rare because like usually in the summer months you'll get a lot of like moves on gold on oil. Sorry.
Yeah.
And it's just not like this monthly chart, not clean to me. The weekly, maybe like you would want to see a bullish move from here, in my opinion, to go higher. But the problem is you haven't gotten anything on the daily since that big move down to like confirm price wants bullishness. So I'd probably look for maybe another sweep here, followed by a run higher. That is probably why I'd be watching. It looks like it had a big move, so now it's going to consolidate a little bit on that. But if we don't run these lows and we go back up here, create some weakness, maybe target lower. But this is just like this is on the like past the back burner for me. Like I'm not trading this like right now.
Mhm.
I'm just pulling up. Someone wanted me to chart it, and I don't have anything on it. And that's very important too. Is when you don't see anything on the chart, move on. Whatever like ticker you're trading, whatever index you're seeing, whatever day it is, it's important to move on because most people aren't, and they just try to overanalyze and find something. Whereas like
If
the
there's
best
a good
trades
play, you'll see it, right? I mean, that's what
yeah.
my very best plays have almost been automatic because I see them and my brain knows to go click the button. And
Right.
if you're struggling, it's because it's not there.
So just sit on our hands. If you're feeling like that angst of, oh, it's not working, it's just not there.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah.
that's the opposite, like what Barbara you're saying is like what most people like do. They come in, they'll just try to participate every single day, and they just get
Well,
their
that's
brain.
always the biggest criticism when you're streaming, at least, is like, why aren't you in a trade this exact minute? And it's like, well, I don't want to spend that much time in the market. I want to be in there at the right time where I don't have to spend all day sweating and everything. I want to get in, get out. And that's what the game is waiting for that moment that you can get in, get out.
Waiting game. The patient people get paid. Patient traders.
That's why it's patience, Terry, with a Y.
Oh, patience. Okay, patience.
Yes, patience.
Let's work on that patience. Patience. Okay. Market is pushing down on this 5-minute candle. Perhaps Powell or someone said something. NASDAQ is down about 108 points. Let's go. Bounty is set at 800. You guys smash that like button. Share our show. Let's get it going. Let's get our first treasure released.
This is like really a dry, dead open, but I think it is like everyone's kind of waiting to see what Powell's doing. And so far, Powell has said that the U.S. economy is in a pretty good position and inflation has come close to target and the economy is healthy overall. But that's a little bit of nothing speak too. That's very generic speak. The Bank of Japan governor is saying that the underlying inflation remains below 2%. So he's kind of saying, everyone's like, yay, it's good news today, guys. We'll see.
Let's do some celebration. Chat, let us know if you recently passed an eval and or received a payout.
Terry passed one yesterday. Who's partying with Terry?
Woohoo!
She had to get that pogo in right at the last minute.
All right, in the last minute.
Did you pass it? When did you start it?
I think I passed it in about 3 days. 50K starter plus account.
That has consistency, right? Like 40 or 50%.
Yes, 50% consistency on the eval side, and then on the funded side, no consistency, which I love. Like that's what I love about the starter plus account. One of the things, and also it's only 5 green days of $100 or more, and then you can request a payout, which is very doable for my brain. I'm like, I can do that. Okay, celebrating. Let's see who passed. Okay,
Mr. Smith wants you to pay. That's not how that works. If you're going to come to Terry's party, you have to pass an eval.
Yes, you have to pass an eval and or get a payout. Okay, am I missing some people? I passed an eval. I won from live. Dove V, congratulations.
Those are the best kind.
Yes, everyone smash the confetti button for Dove Z. Garth passed a 50K starter with 50% off. You gotta love MyFundedFutures. Yes, congratulations, Garth. I love that. Okay, we're just waiting. Market is kind of chopping around. Down, NASDAQ is down 85 points in the red so far. And the first 3 candles have closed. 1, 2, 3. We're in the 4th candle. Barbie, what do you think for the 15-minute orb? Skip
I
or
don't think about it. I don't. This is what
you
I
can
keep
put
telling
it
everybody. I
on?
don't think about it. You do it or you don't do it. Like, there's no thinking about it.
Yeah. The candle size is big enough or small enough that you're going to put it on.
The thing is, like, does the candle size matter? Because the whole point of the opening range is it's going to set the sentiment for the day and kind of tell you potentially how much you can go for. Like, that's the beauty of it. If we're going to have a small day, it's going to be a small range. If it's going to be a big day, we're going to have a big range. And that's kind of the whole idea behind it.
You did share with us a different day that if the first candle is just giant, then you'll just skip it. If it's too big, like the loss is too large.
I won't skip it just because of size. I'm not intimidated by size, Terry. So that's when I would scale down, or if my account can't take it, or if I like for some reason say that I have to take minis and I can't take micros, then you know, a 200, 300 point NASDAQ candle is not going to fit in a prop account. So that's why I like minis, though, is because it's so easy to scale. I mean, I think a lot of times the like on a really crazy day, you're risking like maybe $300. So on a micro, so that just makes it really, really easy to scale.
Market is it looks like it did go want to test VWAP.
Yeah, this tagged in here too. I just noticed though that something is not right. So
It looks like ES is ripping now.
Yep.
ES is ripping. Let's take a look at ES here. It is ripping. Look at that. About 9 points to go on ES for it to be a gap fill. Anyone in long? Chat, type in L in long. Type in L in chat if you're long.
I'm trying to get my stop set here. My chart is arguing with me. I think I have the wrong thing loaded. That's okay. I'll get my chart situated and then I'll share it.
It is pushing higher. It's amazing how the indexes can look so different. So here's the NASDAQ. And here is ES.
Okay.
Super long.
Little orb trade.
Yeah, wow, it looks pretty good.
Donovan is in gold and in long, and you're sweating. Oh, good luck. Louise is long.
I was surprised we got some people long before all the news happens, but I guess if so many people are scalpers trying to get in and out, then it makes sense.
I did take just a small position, kind of hoping that we were going to break through that little 5-minute bull flag on ES. And then I'm in the NASDAQ long orb. I got my chart fixed. It's just, yeah, I got in a little bit late because I was arguing with my chart. But that is the NASDAQ orb. And then one of these days I'll get set up to share the ES. I always want to, and then I'm not set up for it, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
But on ES, I'm just looking for that 50 level there, really. The 62.50. I've already taken profits too. But
quick trade.
Those are the hardest ones to share too, because then I'm like interrupting somebody. But
no, interrupt. This is our show. We trade on this show. Anyone cops into a trade, interrupt the show. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. It is good. Okay. So
this is my spot on ES, by the way. This is major. I'm just gonna have one runner now.
It is pushing. It is really pushing. This week's promo is 50% off for your first account. For new users and existing users is 50% off. And then after that, any account size, use code YouTube, and then any account size. And then after that, for the rest of the month, it is 15% off, which is amazing. Carla says, I love the 15-minute orb. Yeah, it's nice.
It's nice because you don't have to think about it. So I like it because there's a lot going on at the morning open, and I still want to be able to look for my other trades. And so that one's just brainless. It hits or it doesn't hit. And then meanwhile, I've got the things that I'm more worried about, like is the order flow lining up with this? Are the other indexes cooperating with this? Is VIX cooperating with this? And then this other one, I don't have to worry about. It's just doing its thing.
The no thinking trade.
That's the best kind.
And Nick, you're going to wait and see how it closes at 10?
Yeah, on the 4 hour at least. I think I just don't know. He's got to be patient.
Powell says he can't say if July is too soon to cut rates, wouldn't take any meeting off the table, and repeats that that it's a data dependent approach. And they do think it'll be appropriate to reduce rates later this year, carefully watching the labor market.
Okay, and the market has been expecting that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think we're just kind of expecting Powell to say nothing too crazy. Just keep it safe.
All right.
Yeah, Jay Powell is amazing at saying so much at so very little. You're right, Mr. Smith.
It's
but
amazing.
I mean, they're in politics. When you get a law degree, you're literally getting a degree and becoming a bullshit artist. Like, let's face it. So
pretty
you
much
have to be good at that.
He did learn how to be an economist. It's quite impressive.
Is that what we're calling it? No.
It is quite impressive, though, right? Like someone
that
who
is the political side of it, though. Yeah.
Okay, our tech team is looking into it. People are saying that they can't buy an account with code YouTube.
We'll get you set up.
Yeah. Tech is on it. Glenn says, who in chat remembers Alan Greenspan?
Yeah. That was such a good name, too. Like
Greenspan.
Yeah, Greenspan is just, I mean, if you're going to be in the Fed, have a name like that. We used to have a mayor of Austin named Will Wynn, and I just thought that was the best political name ever. Will, and then W-Y-N-N, Wynn.
That's awesome. Also a good trader name, too, if someone has Wynn.
That's in... Yeah, I want to see how, like, this ES can't. I'm going to share my screen real quick. So far, this SMT, this divergence here is holding. Want to see how we close in the next 5 minutes. It'll also be the new 4-hour candle. Looking bullish, right? Especially when you got a divergence at this low and everything like this. You'd be, if you're in a long, I think by 10 o'clock, I think that's good. If we get a strong close, I don't see us going back below here. At least not maybe into like the PM session or something. And a target would probably be the Asia highs, 62.58 and 22.916. Yeah. And this all to me looks like low resistance liquidity. I feel like it's going to be very easy for price to cut through here if on a big move. Maybe get above here. That's kind of what I'm anticipating for NQ here. So a lower time frame breaker in here. This is kind of like my setup fractalized on the 15-minute. So get above here, retest it. You can look to target previous day high or these Asia highs. This will be something I would look to. But if we even get a strong close here, although we did inverse this gap, could already be in like a starter position to maybe add in up here. But with news and everything, I'll probably just wait till we get it back above here because it's plenty of room on the table for me. That's another thing too, is like, even though you're anticipating higher or lower, if the risk to reward is there for you to wait for another confirmation, then it's probably best to do that, especially when you don't know what's going on with, news and, just landmines all over the place. So even if I get an entry back above here, I'm still getting close to a 2-hour trade. So I don't really need to enter down here because this may be a low risk entry, but it's high risk in terms of you haven't had enough confirmations yet, if that makes sense. So, and the 15-minute has been choppy since 9 a.m. So we'll see what happens, but it's kind of what I'm watching here. Just wanted to pop something in there.
Thank you, Nick. I love it when you share your kind of thoughts for the day, before you head out with us too. It's helpful.
Yeah. Someone said, why don't you consider it on ES? I am. I was just pulling up NQ because majority of people trade NQ, I feel like. So watching the same thing here on ES, we can do that. But I feel like I would want the close above somewhere in here on NQ to coincide with this close here on ES too, because I want strong closes on both, preferably close above the same level on ES to look to target. So yeah, I think that's.
Thank you, Nick. How are we doing on the bounty? Let's smash it before Nick has to take off and our special guest comes on. We have special guest Traders Reborn on today. Everyone, smash the like button if you have not already. Let's get it up. I see we're at 363 likes. Let's go. Voltron says smash. Barbie, have you smashed the like button? Have you smashed
Of course
it?
I have. And
Nick, I know you did.
I got to make sure all the Discord does too.
Yes, I have to share our stream. One moment. I'll share our stream when our special guest on. Thank you, Nick, for coming on, of course, and welcome back.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you guys. Tomorrow's Wednesday, and then we got Thursday, and that's it, right? So we just got, short, small work week this week. You guys got anything planned for the 4th of July? Going out of town?
We got to blow some stuff up.
At the ranch.
Yeah, that's what, like, I don't leave. Everybody comes here.
I got you. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I think some fireworks.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll let the guest hop in here, and I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Y'all be safe. Good seeing you guys.
All righty.
Good to see you. Bye, Nick. Let's welcome
our
traders.
There's that news candle. Welcome. You're here with the news candle.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Hey, how's everyone going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Good. How's your morning going so far? Ooh, big news candle.
It's good. I'm just watching let's watch the book map here. There's some orders at 8:50.
Oh, that's so cool that you use Bookmap.
Yeah, you can actually see it right on the screen. I'm sharing right now. Let's see.
Yeah, I think we can see it.
Yeah, we got it.
How do I go and see the comments or the chat?
Oh, like how do you see the chat for YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just open up a separate window, like a separate browser window, and then I pull up YouTube on there, and then you just have to mute it so we don't get feedback on that window.
Oh, yes, we got it.
Everyone is saying welcome, Dick Trades. Ray says Dick Trades, welcome. Luvi says welcome, Dick.
Going. This is actually my first time using my webcam. I've always been just a voice behind the screen.
That's so cool.
Welcome to your internet debut.
This is my face reveal.
Nice.
Yeah, so my whole community doesn't know how I look like.
So cool.
Wow.
We feel honored.
To face reveal.
Yeah.
Let me get that chat. Yeah.
Yeah. We will let Dick Trades get his YouTube chat up. And if anyone has questions for Dick Trades, definitely drop it in chat and I will try and catch as many as possible and save them. Powell is speaking, Magnus says.
Well, everybody's speaking. It's a panel. So they're going around and around. But I'm watching to see. So far, he's said things like we're modestly restrictive at this level. So he's not giving us anything new. He's saying everything's pretty good. Nothing to see here.
Yeah, so we got some news right now. I didn't even bother, doing any trading, anything like that until after 10 o'clock.
Yeah,
Oh.
that news candle was the PMI and JOLTS, which I didn't
Yeah,
even look
I
at.
think we're good now.
So tell us a little bit about your trading journey, how you got into trading.
Yeah, so I started trading around May 21, so about 4 years now. Trading options. My buddy taught me to start. Obviously I liked it. Felt like I was like gambling, making money from home at first. So, the same as everyone, right? Poured some money into it, lost, um, started learning more about it, lost some more money. Eventually got more serious about it and just, starting to watch like videos like day and night. And did eventually hit some pretty big numbers on like Tesla and X, which was the options. And, they're multiple six-figure plays that I did.
Oh,
But
wow.
yeah, I hit it pretty big. After that, thinking, got cocky, right, overconfident, headed. After that, like following 2 weeks was just miserable. I ended up, oversizing, like pretty much
Yeah.
giving back most of it. So that was kind of the dark patch, right? And then yeah, from there I took a break. I found futures trading. Um, the margin was pretty large for the platform that I was using, and eventually I came across prop trading. At
Mm-hmm.
the time, now a lot of people are doing prop firms, and I went ahead and gave it a try. Passed it, got paid out with it. Um, you know, my buddies wanted to learn, so we started a group, five of us, and
Uh-huh.
then one thing to another. They told me to share my screen, teach this, teach that, and eventually, I'm now a live trader. Right now, I'm trading live stream, and it started five of us. Now we're on 2,000 members now, a little over 2,000 members now. So I
Holy
think this was about
smokes.
2 years ago. Yeah, so it was kind of unexpected. We didn't plan for it, but this is where we're at. Well, we named the name just Reborn because basically, every trader has habits, and it's like me. I was a trader that was dead, but I was reborn, so hence the name.
It's the Traders Reborn is because it's like learning all new habits again.
Yeah, reborn, getting rid of all your bad habits. Yep.
So, I think, what do you guys think about the bounty? Is it too high? Did we set it too high?
No, they forgot to share in their Discords. And share it on your X.
What are we doing?
Yeah. So,
What is the
We gotta
bounty?
get the views up to drop some codes. We got some codes.
yeah, we have some freebies to
What's the
give away.
bounty?
They won't give us the codes until we get to the spot. That's the way it works. We don't get the codes either.
Okay,
Come on, guys.
let's see if we can adjust
Too
it for
hard.
Dick Trades because we have Dick Trades here. How about we get 100 more likes, guys, and I will talk to
All
the
right,
powers
guys.
at B to see if they can drop the code.
It's not too hard, guys. You
That's
got
like
it.
Smash it to
that's like
500 likes, you guys. I will talk to
go
the powers
hard.
at B.
We go hard here.
Let's go, guys. Let's get it. Let me know when we're at 500, okay? I keep having to hit refresh. So yeah, Dig Trades, we like to do giveaways throughout the day for our loyal viewers. And what happens is we set a bounty, and then once that number is hit, then it unlocks a treasure, and then a freebie pops somewhere. We don't know if it's going to be a form or a free reset or a free account.
It's
I
coming.
see.
Yeah, is it coming? Let's see 500
coming.
likes, you guys. And I will let the powers that be know that we need a freebie.
Those of you that watched my video from last week get my joke, but
Speaking of videos,
A silly video.
so how can people who are listening, watching, learn more about your community?
Yeah, there's actually, you can go to top. There's Instagram at Traders Reborn. Or there's you can get the link right here. Send get that link.
On
Discord link,
Instagram?
you can go directly. Yeah, on Instagram, there's a link right there too. Traders.reborn. And then there's a Discord link right here. Discord invite. Check that out right here. Also, guys, if you guys like the hat I'm wearing, join the Discord. We're doing a raffle actually. We're picking 10 lucky winners. So for 10 free hats.
Awesome.
Face
Share
reveal-
with
Yeah, face reveal and hat giveaway. I love it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm actually in Asia right now, so I'm getting some hats getting it in production.
You're in Asia right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been here for 5 months now.
That's so cool. I can't believe it. The internet. It's like so fast.
Yeah, you know.
There's
I'm
no
actually
way.
my internet is 1 gigabyte.
That's amazing. Dick Trades, can you tell us a little bit about your trading strategy?
Yeah, just go ahead and hop in.
Okay.
All right.
Oh wait.
So-
Before you do that, I just want to let chat know we did hit the bounty. So anytime, we don't know when, but
All right.
a code
There we
may
go.
drop. Oh, there it is. Start over
There's the
50.
code.
Reset code for 50 free resets. Let us know if you got it, chat.
I'll start over 50. There you go. I see it. 50 free resets.
Woohoo! Who got it? Gas got it.
Start at 50.
Jan got it. Denny Jones got it. Ray got it. Renee, woohoo! Good job, guys. We love to celebrate on the show. Dick Trades.
There it is. A whole bunch of them got it.
Let's go.
It's like it all came back at the same time. The chat went. Pew.
That's awesome.
Also,
So sorry to interrupt, Dick Trades. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
share with
the
us.
question that I
your
wanted
strategy.
to ask is for the YouTube stream, is there a delay? Like, is there like a 30-second delay or a 1 minute delay, or what is it?
It's whatever. I mean, I think they're going at low latency, which is pretty fast. It's just like as fast as it goes. I don't know. I think it depends on.
I'm just curious because I'm asking because if I take a trade and people fall, are they doing 30 seconds or are they
Well, if you
literally
take a
like
trade,
minute?
if you take a trade, it's your trade. If anybody else takes a trade, it's their trade. So you can show us your trade.
Yeah, so I do like there is a gap fill to the bottom here at around 748, and that's what I've been watching since last night already. But I was hoping that we could save it for the stream here. I was gonna take it, but you can see it was kind of left right here at 755. It bounced right there. There is some orders at 850, so I was expecting price to kind of at least take that out, take out the 850, and then we can come down to at least the gap fill. So it almost got there, 755, right? It was about 6 points away. It looks like it might take it right now, but yeah. So we'll talk about the strategy that I do usually. Let's go here. What I do is I do top-down analysis, right? As always, I start my day looking at the daily, right? Usually I go through the daily and identify the trend. The trend is obviously up, right? Very easy to tell right here with a bunch of series of green candles. So after that, what I do is I mark out the session equilibrium. So shout out to Congo. He's one of my team member, and he did give me this tip for this. But there's a way to mark out session highs and session lows, but the equilibrium very easily, and that's if you add the 7 hour time frame to your chart. So what happens is when you add the 7 hours, it basically each candle is a session. So now easily you can just mark out the session. You can use a fib and mark out the equilibrium, which is this candle here, right? This candle right now, we're in New York. This is the New London candle. So we mark it out basically from wick to wick. So because we're going down, because the trend is going down, we mark from the bottom of the candle to the top of the candle, which created this zone right here. So now with that zone, what it is that below the zone we're going short, above the zone we're going longs, and for the targets we're targeting either highs and lows, or we have trim levels wherever that may be, right? Whether it's a daily level, monthly level, weekly level. So right now you can see we are currently below the zone. Yeah, so right now we are currently below the session zone.
Mhm.
So we're going to be looking for shorts.
Okay.
And from there, we just top down analysis. I go to the 1 hour, mark out my levels. So I have these levels here, and they have been bouncing back and forth through it.
Mhm.
So if we're going to be looking for shorts, we'll be looking for our point of interest, right? These levels right here would be my trim levels, which I already price already did hit. So we would have been trimming along the way if we took this trade right here from this area, right? We
Mhm.
would have been trimming along the way. We would have been trimming right here. And from here, we would have trimmed here potentially, because that is my 50% retracement. That's on the higher time frame. That's my retracement area. But ultimately, I was looking for this gap to get filled right here. So right now, because it did not do that yet, what we're looking for is, because price is holding up, we're looking for this 850 to get taken, right? On Bookmap, there's 850. They just removed the orders from 850 actually. So they moved it to 880 now, which means 880 is around up here at the opening print.
Mhm.
But right now, what we're doing is we're looking for it to stay, as long as it stays below this London equilibrium here, we will be looking for the shorts down to that gap fill.
Okay.
And of
How do
course,
you
be trimming.
size? Like, how do you decide on sizing?
Sizing wise, I've been actually doing micros. And I got comfortable with doing micros because during the Trump, I think he was tweeting with kind of blasting up and down. So I was doing minis before, but ever since, the market's been doing like 100 to in like seconds. Right? Ever since that was like, I think last month, I've been doing micros from there. And honestly, it's been doing pretty well because we hit the ticks on the daily. Like, usually my targets is about 200 ticks, so that's about 50 points. It goes more. Like sometimes it goes 800, 400 ticks, 600 ticks, but I base off of whatever the market rates to give me during the day, not what I want, or what my target would be. Like I don't have a goal. I don't have a amount that I need to make. I just make what market's willing to give me within the clean price section.
So just depending on what the market is doing, it gives you more information on management. Sounds like.
Exactly. Yeah, and then I'll trail it along the way, right? Once we get a nice volume candle, I'll trail it underneath that candle, and I'll trim along the way at whatever levels I have.
BT asked, how did he make that 38,000 MyFundedFutures cash out?
Oh yeah, so beginning of June, actually, I had a pretty large payout with MFF. So
Tell us
I
more
did it
about
with
it. We love stories.
yes, yeah. So actually, I got, I think the payout for the last month and a half is about almost six figures, almost six-figure payout, including all
Holy
my prop firms.
smokes!
That's just prop firms alone.
Yeah.
But with MFF, I did request 38,000 payout, and I left I left about 12,000 in count after that for cushion. But yeah, it was the largest payout I had for MFF. It was pretty cool. They did it pretty fast too. So shout out to MFF. It was a very good payout. And then and after that, they transitioned to live. So I
That's
have a
so
live account with
awesome.
MFF also.
Was that an expert account?
Yeah, it was an expert. It was 350K expert accounts. So
So cool. It is.
honestly, I really like the expert accounts just because of the, you don't have to watch for consistency and the payout. It's not like that 1,200.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's anything above the buffer.
yeah,
Is it 50?
exactly.
Yeah.
The only thing
Um,
about it is 14 days. So that those 14 days, people can get wrecked just kind of messing around or
yeah.
taking trades and going on tilt or something.
It is 14 calendar days. I did ask about that because
Yeah,
I'm like, is it like 14 trading days? What is this 14 days? It's
it's
14
calendar.
calendar days. Yeah. So you don't have to trade
Yeah,
any of those days except for once a week. It's a minimum of once a week a trade. And that, so
yeah.
it's really nice. It's
Well,
like a,
the idea behind that one is getting you paid every other week like a regular job. So if you're used to having regular income, that's a good place to look.
yes, exactly. That
Yeah,
is
what
what I
I did
love
was
about it.
yeah, for me, I already got to the payout, but then I had like I think 5 days left, so I just sized down a lot, and then I just kind of did a little bit each day.
That's smart. It's and we can do that on MyFundedFutures. Like
Yeah.
expert accounts, there's no consistency rules, and on the Starter Plus accounts, there's no consistency rules on the funded side. The starter account does have consistency rules, like just a straight starter, not Starter Plus, but the straight starter. It does have consistency rules on the funded side, but I think it's like 40%, so it's still very good. If you don't want any consistency rules, go with the Starter Plus and or the Expert. Tell us what you love about being a live trader with MyFundedFutures.
Um, I did so afterwards I did request a payout also from the live account. I just did it just because I got the email saying, hey, you should try. We encourage you to do some withdrawal just to feel that daily withdrawal.
Mm-hmm.
So I took a small payout from them. It's nice, but honestly, I like the three account more.
Yeah, you miss being in the sim funded.
Yeah, exactly. It's I because before that I had three accounts, right? The scaling a lot larger, but now I'm with one account, and so my sizing is a little different.
Yeah.
So management
Um.
becomes good. And here's our actually shorts coming in right now. Actually, I missed the whole moment.
Oh
It
shoot.
actually just rejected from my zone there.
So that would have been your
So
entry.
yep. Well, right now I actually do see the 850 still there, but it doesn't look like it looked like it got tapped, but it never filled completely. But yeah, that would be right there. That would be your trade.
Uh.
Yeah, right here.
Lindro. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dick
No,
Trace.
go ahead.
Lindro said the code YouTube for 50% off is working. So everyone, make sure you use code YouTube to receive 50% off any plan. And then any plans after that you purchase, it's 15% off. Code YouTube. So, okay.
I was asking if Pal's still talking. That panel is still going on, but it's not like those things we're used to seeing where he's in front of a podium. There's a panel of different head people talking. So it's like a lot of back and forth. That's why we're not getting a lot of it's not the market's not acting like an FOMC press conference or anything because it's not like that. They're chatting.
Okay. So with that trade, if you feel like you missed your entry, are you just like hands off and wait for the next setup?
Well, right now I'm just foaming out of my mouth right now. Yeah, at this point you can't really do anything. We missed our entry. What are we gonna do now?
Yeah. How do you deal with those emotions? Because I think a lot of people struggle with that, including me. So
Yeah,
do share
honestly,
with us.
I just look right there. It looks like it's going right now, guys. So I don't know if you guys were paying attention. You guys would have hit your T1 right now already, and then full TP at 752. And we do have orders down here also around 675. So that'll be my next zone, if it goes here, continue down. There's actually a lot of orders going down on the downside on Bookmap. So that would be your trim level, guys, right there. Remember we talked about how as it comes down, you're gonna hit trim levels. That would one right there.
Okay.
Yeah, so a huge we got some big orders, large orders at 675 also. That's my next zone. So and then also at 600. So it does look like there's more orders to the downside, even after that gap fill.
So it
How
sounds
do I
like
deal with the emotions? Yeah.
yeah.
that?
Oh yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah, so the screen that you see right now, that's what my community sees when I'm streaming. I'm live streaming, and then when I do the trade, I show everything like the execution. If I was to execute, you will see brackets right too. So everything is showed there. You see the book map also. So a lot of people like that because get to see the map without mine, right? So um, yeah, you were asking something about book map.
Oh yeah. So how did you decide on using Bookmap? Because it looks like it's a key part of your strategy.
Not so much because I can actually trade without it, but I got so used to it, and my community seems to like it, so so I just continue to use it, and it's just kind of cool. It's like an extra feature that extra value that they get like, with the community. But besides that, on my levels usually I watch it enough to know that whenever I mark levels, the levels that I mark usually matches up with the book map. So just naturally, that's just where if you have a good leveling system, those levels will be accurate enough where the liquidity levels are.
Thank you. So your community, you mentioned that you have over 2,000 people in your community. What have you seen that is like the most common thing that traders struggle with?
Honestly, overtrading, emotional. They're just emotional. They beat themselves up when they're like doing bad, and they just kind of beat themselves up, right? But then at the end of the day, we all went through it. I went through it. A lot of people they look at me and they say, "Hey, how?" I was 2 years in, and I was already showing profitability, and they said, "Why so fast?" Because I spent my time. I spent my years learning day and night, right? I fell asleep with the phone falling on my face. And then there's people out there, they spend their weekends they're just out partying, things like that, right? They're not locked in. So it explains why why they're at certain level that they're trading. And just with emotional wise, I feel like a lot of people they just beat themselves up, but over trading is a huge thing. And what I do recommend, I think that me with over like the emotional side of things is watching podcasts. Like hearing traders' stories is helped me because it feels like you're not alone. It feels like everybody's what had to go through that, right? It's just part of the process. So, so that's one of the things that I think helped me was after technical analysis. That's all. You can only learn so much on the charts. After that, it becomes emotional and psychological. So, podcasts is what helped. Listening to other people's stories.
Listening to
Yeah.
podcasts, like it's like inspiring, keeps you motivated.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't understand that a lot of traders that made it, they had a rough life. They didn't. A lot of them don't come from money, or they sacrifice a lot. Like I sacrificed a lot. Right. I lost a lot of things along the way to get to where I am, and yeah, so it wasn't easy, but there's gonna be sacrifices.
I'm so glad you're sharing that with us because a lot of people they see like the Lambos, the money, like the lifestyle, but like people don't see the sacrifices that were made along the entire way and the time too. It sounds like it takes time, like
A
and
lot of
learning
time.
and forgiving yourself.
Yeah.
So
That
you're
level is about to hit.
it's about are you wishing you were in?
Right here.
Almo free zone.
Well,
Yeah.
guys, if you guys did take it, congrats.
Yeah, I'm in it. I'm in some micros, 3. You just never know though. Like when you get into trades, it's like,
Yeah.
is it going to work? Is it not going to work?
Someone asked, what's the next target? Next target is 730, 730, and then 75.
730. And then
And
what
675.
was the next one?
675.
675. Got the short on SP 500 too. Killer over power.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Let's go.
Yeah, that. So this player here, I actually posted it in the Discord also last night already during London. This was the trade that we were going for the gap hill. I was hoping that it actually did wait for me. I just didn't even notice it. Too busy with the stream here.
So sorry, but so glad you came on the show to talk to us.
It was fun. Yeah.
You sacrificed a trade for us. Thank you, Dick Trades.
Mhm.
Your YouTube channel is Traders Reborn, correct?
There you go, guys. Phil has hit.
Oh, okay. I think this is, I'm going to share your YouTube. I believe this is it. Paste. Okay, Traders Reborn. I just posted it in chat. Dick Trades, that's your
Yeah.
YouTube, right? At Traders Reborn.
Yeah, the IG has most of everything right here.
Okay. Everyone go follow Dick Trades on Instagram and also on YouTube. And it sounds like you have a great community growing. Over 2,000. That's
Here's
a
the score,
ton.
guys.
Congratulations.
Hey, guys.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, you go.
No, I was just gonna talk about the trade. That was a complete trade right there. Very nice entry. Pretty much very low risk too. Very low risk right there. Only 96 tick stop loss with 336 tick point trade. So that's 3.5 R. Very nice trade. It was a very clean trade within a 5-minute candle. It happened within a 5-minute candle. So you trade.
It's a fantastic trade if anyone caught it. Thank you so much for coming. Any last words that you'd like to share with our audience and with Barbie and me?
Yeah, thanks for hosting. Yeah, chat, it was great. Thank you for having me. Maybe next time we can do a long segment, right? If you guys want to see me trade live, I do we do something longer, and we could have taken some trades. But definitely this is my first time, so I had to do the introduction. So we kind of got carried away with that. Didn't pay attention. But yeah, that would have been good, brought you guys up to the slaughterhouse. That's an inside joke with all the community.
Jesse James says, thanks. Thank you so much. And we hope you have a fantastic day and we will hope to see you soon.
Thank you for having me. All right. Yeah,
Thank
guys,
you, Dick Trades.
join the Discord. It is free, and yeah, we're gonna be doing the raffle for the hats. All right, guys.
All right, bye.
See you guys on the trading court. Peace.
Peace. Let's welcome Ash Trades. Barbie, are you going to, stay on. I hope you stay on with us for a few minutes.
I don't know. They decide for me.
Good morning, Ash
Hey.
Trades.
Good morning. How are you guys today?
Good.
Very good. We got to meet Dick Trades and learn about his style. One of our live traders, one of your colleagues in live.
Very nice. Yeah, it's really nice that we get so many different guests coming on to speak. It's really valuable to see all the different perspectives, different trading styles, different ways of thinking and using the market. There's just so many different ways to go about it, and there's so many different good stories that come with it.
Yes, exactly. I love it. We're all so lucky. Thank you, MyFundedFutures, for putting this all together so that we get to hear valuable information from different traders, learn about different styles. Thank you so much, Barbie, for sharing all of your wisdom as always every day. We absolutely love you. Everyone in chat is always like, we love Barbie. I'm here for Barbie. Any last words?
We had a great guest on, so I appreciate all that. I'm just over here kind of managing some stuff while some of y'all are talking a little bit, but it looks like it could be a slower day, but I'm still just kind of looking for that move that we could get. ES is trying to do one of those that move to the upside. NASDAQ is kind of going the other way, so we'll just see what happens.
All right. Thank you so much, Barbie. We will see you tomorrow. Bye, chat. See you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye, Ash.
Have a nice day, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, hello, hello. What's up, chat? Let's see if we can get my chart on here too, or if maybe it's just me today. Should have got my, but here we are. There we go. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, and welcome back to another segment with myself. How's everybody doing today? Give me just a minute. I want to make sure that the screen is working. Give me just a minute here. All right, there we go. Do me a favor, just give me a thumbs up. I just want to make sure you can hear me clearly, that ES is on the screen. Do me a favor, just throw a thumbs up that you could hear me clearly and that we got ES on the screen. I want to make sure that the transition went well there. Perfect. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. How's everybody doing today, chat? How's everybody's week going so far? Once again, if you weren't with me here on live yesterday, just a few announcements. We have a shortened week. Make sure you understand that Friday is a bank holiday. Us Americans over here, us people in the U.S. like to celebrate 4th of July. So 4th of July is on Friday. For that reason, there will be a bank holiday. For that reason, there will be no live stream that day. So a shortened week this week, 4-day week. It's also interesting to see that NFP was moved to Thursday. The non-farm payroll release is the first Friday of every month. So seeing that there was a bank holiday, they moved it to Thursday. So please be aware of non-farm payroll as well. All right. We also have some amazing discounts happening for 4th of July. So make sure you take advantage of that 50% off at MyFundedFutures. Some phenomenal deals for the 4th of July. Some amazing updates coming to MyFundedFutures. Some incredible upgrades. Can't wait to see what they have in store for us next. But let's see how chat's doing. Let's see how everybody's day is going. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. Throw a 3 in the chat if you've yet to trade today. For me, I have a number 3 for you all. I'm siding on the side of patience and caution right now. We're going to talk about that. We talked about it yesterday. I still feel the same way today. So we're going to do a top-down analysis. Just wanted to take some time to say hi to the community, see how everybody's doing. Just want to see how the chat is doing so far. Take some time to hang out with chat and then go into the information. Let's see. We got some pretty mixed bag right off the bat there. 1s and 2s all around and 3s. Yeah, without a doubt, market is not easy right now. So it makes sense that we have some mixed results. I mean, quite literally, look at NQ. Look at ES. What are we doing here? 2 correlated markets doing the opposite of each other. Okay, so that's an issue in my opinion. We're going to start to talk about that now. All right. Here's a top-down analysis. This is going to be in line with what happened yesterday because we're still sitting in that same situation. So now let's create a game plan. Let's understand a top-down analysis so that we understand what we're looking for and how to execute it. So first things first is I get out on the daily chart. I'm looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. Currently, we just reacted to a swing high. Okay, NQ took out new all-time highs, whereas ES did not. Okay. Now, let's just review something real quickly to understand how to properly use swing highs and swing lows. Take a look at the reaction that we're getting from the current swing high. Take a look at the current reaction that we're getting from the swing high. Notice the candle closures. Notice how price failed to close a candle above the swing high, right? Here's the swing high. Price failed to close a candle above it, and we're getting a rejection from it. All right. Keep this in mind and compare this to the next chart. Okay. Compare that reaction to this reaction. Both scenarios, we're looking at swing highs, and we're getting two different types of reactions. I'm trying to show you when to become bearish versus when not to become bearish. Okay, so when I'm on the daily chart, when price is currently located above a swing high or inside of a bearish FVG, those are locations to have a bearish bias. Then I look for price to confirm that idea. Hear me clearly. It's just an idea until price provides the conviction that you're looking for. If you want to be bearish above a swing high, if price goes and displaces above the swing high, showing no form of rejection and creating a bullish FVG, I do not want to be bearish at this moment in time. Look at the candle closures to provide conviction to your ideas. The idea is when price is above a swing high, I want to be bearish. Actually becoming bearish will then come down to what the current information is showing. In this situation, I would not want to be bearish at this point in time because the candle closed above the swing high and it's creating an imbalance. It's creating an FVG. Now compare this situation. I do not want to be bearish in this situation. So keep this marked so that you understand. This is when I do not want to be bearish. Now compare that to the current situation. Look at the candle closures, right? We failed to close above the swing high and we're getting a rejection from it. See the difference? Do you see the difference in price confirming your idea? Price providing the conviction? It's not enough to just have an idea. An idea is great so that you understand how to move forward. But once you get an idea, right, your bias, your idea, whatever you want to call it, once you get an idea, you should look for confirmations. Confirmations come from being objective to price. Okay. Next confirmation or next form of conviction, right? And it's the same thing every time. So whether you guys think I'm being repetitive, whether this is fun or boring, doesn't matter. This is how I view price. These are the concepts that I use to understand which positions I should look for. Developing ideas from the higher time frames, looking for higher time frame confirmations, then during my hunting hours going in, looking for a position aligned with that idea. That's the entire game plan. And here comes the second confirmation. NQ took out the high, whereas ES did not take out the high, right? So bearish crack and correlation. There is a chance, right? It's not confirmed. We still need a change in the state of delivery to confirm it, but we have insight to a potential crack and correlation. Okay, so I've been bearish to excuse me, I said that incorrectly. I've been bullish up until new all-time highs. We did a phenomenal job going to new all-time highs. Yesterday was the first time I changed that bias and moved over to a neutral bias. These are the reasons why. We are getting small pieces of information slowly inciting a bearish bias. The fact that we are no longer just continuously getting bullish confirmations, the fact that we're starting to see bearish ideas is why I'm no longer bullish. I've moved to a neutral bias. I'm looking for more confirmation to a bearish bias. The last thing I'm looking for is a change in the market structure. The last thing I'm looking for to actually become bearish is a change in the market structure. So NQ changed the market structure here, right? In terms of trends, right? It looks like this is a bearish breaker here. All right, we swept out the high. After sweeping out the high, we're now displacing below what would be the breaker, right? So a bearish breaker that could change the state of delivery, change the trend, whatever you want to call it. Okay, so ES is still holding on here, and that's the issue. If ES also goes and creates a bearish change in the state of delivery, now two correlated markets, they should be moving the same at the same time. If they start moving the same at the same time, you can have more conviction in an idea. So essentially what it boils down to is phenomenal job for the bulls making it to new all-time highs. Now that we're at all-time highs, we need to reassess, we need to analyze, come up with a game plan, and do that objectively by looking at confirmations in price action. It's not just an idea. Price has to actually state the same thing through the concepts that we view. Okay, so currently neutral, currently waiting for more information to develop to become bearish. That's the stance that I have. That leads me into the second portion of the conversation is what do you do when you're neutral? Like how do we move forward on days where you're neutral? Well, you have two decisions here, right? And as independent thinkers, as business owners, as risk managers, you need to make this determination on your own. Somebody else isn't going to make this for you. This is a you versus you business, so you make all the decisions for yourself and take ownership in that. You got two choices here. When you're neutral, stay on the sidelines and don't trade. Just be flat, waiting for conviction. In my opinion, that's the best option, and that's what I'm doing right now. You saw me do that yesterday, and I'm doing it again today. I'm not going to force an idea upon the market. Matter of fact, anytime that you don't have complete conviction, a strong bias, a clear idea, information that you can easily identify, if you don't have that, then don't do anything. Understand that you do not need to trade every single day. You should only be trading when you have conviction in an idea, because those convictions are probabilities that we trade. So it's very simple. Not every day is going to be a trading day, right? So for the people who are wondering, like, why don't you take more trades? It's because it doesn't fit my risk management. Okay. If I wanted to trade 20 times a day, I would, but that's not my personality. That's not my character. That's not my risk management. Okay. So in my opinion, the choice that I make when I'm neutral is to stay on the sidelines. I'll just be flat, and I'm okay with that. I'll wait for additional information. Once I get more conviction and idea, then I'll execute again. All right, so that's the information I have for today. For that reason, I'm not looking at any positions in NQ or ES. On top of that, there's just no clear direction. NQ made a nice move lower there. ES is just going sideways. So this is also the issue here, is this consolidation. Like we took out the highs here, we took out the lows, and then we've just been going sideways. We've just been stuck inside this range from yesterday. This is consolidation, which makes complete sense because non-farm payroll is on Thursday. So the day leading up to non-farm payroll, maybe even the days leading up to non-farm payroll, you can expect consolidation because they're going to look to create liquidity for that non-farm payroll release. Okay. We did hop over to oil. My group looked at a short on oil, so we can review that trade as well. Taking a look at oil, this is more clean, in my opinion. This provides conviction. The concepts that we look at are clear here, right? So again, on the daily chart, we're looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. The most recent information is that price got rejected from a daily bearish FEG. Okay, so that to me is very clear for a bearish bias. If we just got rejected from a bearish FEG, then I would be aiming for the swing low. Okay, so if you can create an idea, then, right, being bearish, then during the market, I would look for shorts above hourly swing highs, right? You have a swing high here, you have a swing high here. Two different hourly swing highs, right? Higher time frame points of interest to look for short positions. Then during the market, you get on a entry function time frame and look at the entry function that you utilize. Right? So there's a bearish breaker that has an FEG right here. You have a swing high. You have a swing low. You have a new high that took out the higher time frame point of interest. Then we get a new low. So you have a bearish unicorn here on oil within a bearish bias. That to me sounds like more conviction than the ES and NQ charts currently. For that reason, during my morning live stream, me and my group were watching this short right here on oil. Okay, so multiple entries already provided. One here, this one was front ran here, and it's nicely in the green. So we could wait to see what happens with this position, or we can go over questions and answers regarding NQ and ES. But that's the information I have for today. It's just not clear on NQ and ES which direction we're going. So I'm neutral there, and I'm not interested in taking any positions. Oil, I was able to create an idea. There was an entry function aligned with that idea. So that's why it makes sense to look at this short. It's about having a process and allowing the results to be a byproduct. Fall in love with the process allow the results to be a byproduct. If you cannot complete the process, then stay on the sidelines. That was the educational segment I was looking to have today, and it's because of the current market action. So if I'm being too straightforward, chat, please understand, I'm conducting analysis here. I'm talking to myself, right? This is a recording of the logic that I use to trade. So whether you think I'm being too straightforward, not entertaining enough, or you were looking for something different, this is me conducting my business. So I'm talking to myself here. I'm creating a game plan so that I clearly understand what I'm looking for and what to execute today. Okay, so it has nothing to do with anybody else other than me conducting my own business. I'm a risk manager. I'm a business owner. I'm looking to understand exactly how to move forward. Right? I need to get to that next payout. That's why I'm here. Okay, so we're going to continue to watch this short. It has gone 1R so far. Everybody that's been working with me knows that I look for 2R. So it's great, like halfway there. But let's talk about the management now, because this is where a lot of traders get thrown off. This is where the risk to reward gets thrown off. Throw one in chat. Let's act like you took this short position. Now I'm actually talking to you, chat. So now I'm asking you guys and girls. Let's say you took this short position, right? It did give an entry here, which virtually had no drawdown. So that is beautiful. That has nothing to do with the question. The question is if you took this short right here on oil, seeing that you are now 1R into profit, type 1 in chat if you're going to raise your stop loss to break even, or type 2 in chat if you're going to leave your stop loss in the original location. Are you the individual that trails their stop? Yes or no? Type 1 if you trail your stop to break even. Type 2 if you do not. Pretty mixed bag there, okay? There's like 50% ones, more ones actually, so maybe 60 or 70% ones. More ones are coming in, wow. All right, so it looks like the majority of people trail their stops. There are some twos, so I would say it's probably like 60% to 40%. Interesting, very interesting. Well, this is what I have to say about that, okay? This is what I have to say about that. So this is where the short position is confirmed and you're waiting for an entry. If you didn't get an entry right here, you're probably the individual that has a limit order set for the beginning of the breaker with a stop loss at the high. Okay, so let's play it out now. So that the people that set their limit orders just got tagged in and now you're short. Okay, stop loss is still at the high. Very good job. Okay, now the position moves in your favor, pretty much 1R here. All those individuals are now trailing their stop to break even. So all those individuals that said, I trail my stop to break even, seeing that price went plus 1R after you got an entry, you're probably moving your stop to break even. Okay, those individuals just got stopped out at break even. Okay, and now look at where price is currently. We're now deeper into the green after you've gotten taken out at break even. This is the exact reason why I don't go break even. So for all the individuals that have been working with me, they know that I leave my stop loss here. I don't trail my stop. Because this happens right here. Fluctuations in price happen all of the time. You have to accept the risk before the risk is taken. You have to say, I'm leaving my stop loss here and I'm only accepting one or two outcomes, either a loss or a win. Those are the two outcomes that I will accept. Explain to me, maybe it's me, Throw it in chat. Help me understand. If you're willing to take the risk, why are you trying to become risk-free? If you're looking for a certain reward, is break even that reward, or are you looking for 2R? Maybe it's just my point of view of not moving the stop loss, but at this moment in time, before I enter the position, I'm saying, hey, I'm willing to lose $500. I'm not saying I want to lose $500 or $0, right? Like if I wanted to risk, why don't you accept the risk and allow the position to play out? To improve your win rate. All right, well, if you got to have an astronomical win rate if you're going to be doing less than 1R trades. I have a diagram on it and I'll send it to you all, but if your averages, and understand we're dealing with averages here, okay? If your average R is 1R or less, you really need to have like an 80 or 90% win rate. That's very hard to accomplish in one of the hardest businesses there are to run. In my opinion, a 50% win rate is a realistic win rate. Okay. For the individuals that are saying to improve profitability, that doesn't improve profitability. What improves profitability is better risk to reward. It's a game of RR. Your winners need to be bigger than your losers. If your winners are always getting stopped out at break even, right? So let's just use random numbers. Let's say a normal stop loss is $500. Okay. Let's take 4 trades in which 3 of them are break even, just above break even, because we want to stay green. So we'll say 3 winners are plus $100 and you have 1 loss. And that 1 loss is a full stop loss. So plus 100, plus 100, plus 100 is plus $300. And then you have a stop loss, which is minus 500. So even with a 75% win rate, you're overall negative. Your net P&L is negative. Maybe it's just a personal preference, but it's the numbers that matters here. That's what I'm trying to go over here, is that your winners must be bigger than your losers. Your average wins will be canceled out by your average losses. And you can never have a large loss. You understand what I'm saying? That's where you make progress in your P&L. That's when you make progress in your P&L. It's not a matter of win rate. It's a matter of RR. You need to see that number going up, not down. So I have statistics on it too. If you want to just follow along, I present those statistics on Twitter all the time. It is regarding my live account. So it is live trades. It is money that I'm withdrawing from MyFundedFutures. I've continued to keep showing those statistics, proving that 50% win rate at a 1 to 2 RR. That's what we need here. That's what's going to make progress in those accounts. On top of the fact of being human too. The last portion to that conversation, and then we can move on, is the fact that if you're trying to be perfect, I personally don't believe in perfection. Thinking that a human is going to do something perfect all of the time, that doesn't make sense to me. So thinking that you're going to get a 95% win rate, 90% win rate, that sounds unrealistic. It really is 50-50 here. You're not going to be perfect every single day. Trying to be perfect every single day is pretty unrealistic in my opinion. So please also know that I'm not sitting here saying what's right or wrong. This is just my opinion. This is how I conduct my business. Everybody's allowed their own opinion. I'm not saying how you should be executing. I'm just talking with chat. I'm having the conversation of risk to reward with everyone. You're allowed to have your own opinion. You're allowed to have your own executions, your own business, the whole nine. I'm just here to conversate, communicate with you guys, go over this information so that we could all understand it better. What it really comes down to is this is a you versus you business. So whatever works best for yourself is what you should be moving forward with, right? Like if you're better at break-even trades, then you should just keep doing what you're doing, right? This is a you versus you business. You are going to be the only one clicking the buttons for yourself. You are going to own all of your results. So understand that you should fit your system to your personality, your character, your thoughts, your actions. Just because somebody's saying something online doesn't mean anything. You take full ownership of your own business. This is me just communicating, going over the information so that everybody can clearly understand what trading is. All right, back to the information as well. Not much going on here. That's just we went 1 hour into profit. At that moment in time, we just started consolidating. So we'll continue to keep watching this, but we're also going to check out ES and NQ as well. We'll keep this here for the result. If the result doesn't happen during my segment, then just check out my Twitter or Discord. I'll make sure to provide the results there. Got another 20 or 25 minutes or so on my segment. Let's see if NQ or ES has done anything. Still lower prices there on NQ. Let's see. I will not be taking this, but I'm just, once again, showing information. You can see that I'm not in my account, so I'm not trading this. But you do have a breaker here. That's what I was going to point to. Swing high, swing low, new high, new low. I don't like this breaker whatsoever. What's the reason behind why I don't like this breaker? Is this right here. They already rebalanced the FVG, right? So for the individuals that have been working with me, everybody knows that I trade the unicorn model. The unicorn model is specifically a breaker block plus an FVG. What I'm trying to show you here, quick little insight to the model, is that if the FVG is already rebalanced, right, this FVG that we need to have overlapped with the breaker to become a unicorn, if that's already rebalanced, notice how it's this candle right here rebalanced the FVG. Let's take the breaker off of here so you can clearly see it. The 1030 candle completely rebalanced the FVG. This is a reason why I do not like this position. I would not consider this a bearish unicorn. I want to see this FVG be left open. Okay. I want to see that FVG that's aligned with the breaker. I want to see that left open. I don't want to see that rebalanced. Right? A breakaway gap shows more momentum than an FVG that's already been rebalanced. That's the reason why. All right, so still, there's nothing interesting here on NQ or ES. NQ did a good job moving lower this morning. There was SMT at the London highs. So you could have seen this coming right here. Here's the cracking correlation. Notice the 3 a.m. swing high. NQ failed to take that out. Notice the 3 a.m. swing high here on ES. ES took this out, right? These are the London highs. ES showed bearish SMT at the London highs because NQ failed to go above it. And remember, the pair that creates the failure swing shows the strength or weakness in the marketplace. So since NQ failed to go above this high, it shows that NQ is the weaker pair. And the results speak for themselves. NQ was able to move lower, whereas ES is still holding on there. All right, so consolidation for ES. NQ made a nice move lower. I'm going to remain patient still. I had nothing to execute on because of that neutral bias. NQ still moving lower. So the cracking correlation is definitely a confirmation. It's not a standalone trigger, but notice how each time we're in here looking for positions, we're looking for a cracking correlation. Important to understand that. It's a confirmation to an idea. An already existing idea, if it has SMT confirming that idea, that provides conviction. All right, so was there some news that just came out? Chat, do me a favor. If there was any kind of news, throw it in chat. A little bit of an unexpected volatility there for 11 a.m. I know that there was a 10 a.m. red folder and a 9:30 a.m. red folder. Wasn't expecting volatility there at 11 a.m. though. So throw it in chat if you guys found any kind of news that just dropped. I'd greatly appreciate that. Do me a favor while you're at it, sub to the channel. If you want to communicate with us here in chat, I believe chat is sub only mode. So sub to the channel. While you're at it, like the video, turn the notifications on. That way you can be notified for when we go live again. Trump is talking. Yeah, that could definitely do it. That could definitely create the volatility. Ash, where do you check volatility? Right here on the chart. This is everything that I use. Right here. I don't use volume. I don't use indicators. I don't use the DOM. I don't use any of that stuff. Volatility is shown on the chart. When price is moving more, that sounds like more volatility than when price is moving less. You can just see it within the speed of price action. That's what volatility is. Also, a nice head and shoulders on what? Let's see. I didn't say ES or NQ. Little head and shoulders action, some price action patterns. I did get the rejection from the breaker there. So even though I couldn't provide logic to this idea, definitely a beautiful reaction there. This is what I would be referring to. It's just hindsight now, so it doesn't even matter. I already stated my logic on that one. So it doesn't matter at this point in time. This is just hindsight at this point in time. So and look at that. Surprise. 50 free resets. Who's going to get it? Breaker 50 is the code. 50 free resets for code Breaker 50. Surprise code. Love that we keep you guys on your toes. Who's getting it? Who's getting the surprise code? Breaker 50 for 50 free resets. Nice little surprise. Love it. Love it. 50 free resets for code Breaker 50. Keeping you guys on your toes. Love when we do some surprises there. People that are paying attention are getting rewarded for it. That's what it comes down to. Sometimes we do them scheduled. Sometimes we do the forms. Sometimes we do the wheel. Sometimes we do surprises. I absolutely love it. That way, the people that are here and are participating, they get rewarded for it. Throw a W in chat if you were able to get one of the resets. Throw a W in chat if you were able to get one of the resets. Congratulations. Another day, another giveaway. Absolutely love to see it. Thank you to MyFundedFutures once again. It's incredible the amount of value that they're providing through all the giveaways, all the expert guests, the education that we've been talking about here, the trades that we've shown, the updates that are happening to MyFundedFutures, some incredible innovations, some huge things that are on the way. Lots of W's in chat. Congratulations for the people that were able to get the giveaway. Congratulations. W. Getting the lower prices here. So that higher time frame idea of being bearish, well, you're getting those results now. So hopefully you guys have learned something with me here on stream. Hopefully some of the concepts that I've gone over and pointed to, hopefully some of the logic that I provide to my decision making, hopefully you're taking that and collecting the data on it, because this just speaks for itself. You have the swing high. The top-down analysis was absolutely beautiful. Swing high, bearish SMT against ES, because ES failed to take out new all-time highs. Getting the structure change there on the hourly. Right, we got the breaker there on the hourly. We pointed to this here. Once they confirmed that breaker, they just sent it lower. So, point being, the logic that's provided to the decision making is, one, going to the daily chart and understanding swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Two, allowing price to confirm those ideas by looking at cracks in correlation and candle closures. Three, once you have confirmations to that idea, then go in looking to execute a position. Amazing. Getting lower prices now. See where they want to send them. It doesn't even matter because I didn't get to execute, and I'm more than okay with that. I explained to you how I deal with being neutral. We're still going to keep showing up and learning every single day. That part doesn't change. You got to practice how you play. You have to show up for your session. You have to be collecting the data. You have to be gaining more experience every single day to build that muscle memory. You don't need to risk to do that. You should know yourself and when to and when not to risk. And I explained that this morning with my analysis. All right, so what a move here. What a move. What a move. So, got another 15 minutes before the end of my segment. If you want to go over any type of questions or comments, any type of information, feel free to throw it in chat. Feel free to throw any types of questions or information in chat. We'll spend the last 14 minutes going over any questions. Why is the stop loss at the swing high, not the breaker high? The stop is always at the swing point. Just go through all my prior documentation. You'll see that the stop is at the same location for all of them. Put the stop at the swing point, whether it's the swing low for longs or the swing high for shorts. Just go through my prior documentation. You can see that. Do you replicate your trades in other accounts? Yes, I do copy trade. I copy trade. I have cash accounts. I have my live account. There's multiple accounts that I have, and I highly suggest you do the same. Diversifying is a form of risk management. You should have prop accounts. You should have cash accounts. You should have long-term accounts. You should have real estate. You got to diversify across accounts and across markets. Okay, so diversifying is extremely important. Diversify your accounts. Diversify your income too. You should have multiple streams of income. These are aspects that help you as a trader by having these systems or these processes set up properly. Did you take any trades today? No. I explained why I'm flat. There was not clear information to start the day. Anytime I cannot clearly have conviction in an idea, that's when I stay on the sidelines. You can also see the hard stop, right? I explained having proactive approaches to risk management for the people that are not capable of dealing with their impulsions. Just don't log into your account, right? Just put a hard stop in by not opening any apps, not opening any devices, not logging into any accounts, and use a hard stop by not allowing yourself to risk on those days. Do you still trade? Are you waiting on a payout there? Right now, I'm focusing on my live account. I'm currently available for another payout on my live account, so I'll definitely keep you guys updated on that. Let's head back over to oil. This was the only position that we were looking at today. So far, we have not received a result. But remember that break-even conversation we had? All those break-even traders might have gotten taken out at break-even once again. When in reality, we have yet to see validation to the idea, right? A take profit, or invalidation to the idea, a stop loss. So still just going to wait to see what the results are to this position. Again, last 10 minutes. So if you want to go over any certain questions or information, feel free to throw it in chat. Any thoughts on YM? Excuse me. Any thoughts on YM and RTY? Why are they up versus ES and NQ? So when there's information that I don't have, I'm going to have to defer to other people. So I'm not going to provide low quality answers. I'd rather just tell you that when I don't have information, that you got to ask somebody that does have that information. What I'm trying to say is I don't follow YM. I don't follow RTY. So I'm not going to give a low quality answer for information I don't have. I'm not sure about that question, and I'm sorry, but I'd rather be straightforward and honest with you than give a low quality answer. I just don't follow those pairs. I focus on ES and NQ. You can see during all my prior live streams that we've really only talked about ES and NQ. So I will have to defer to somebody that follows YM for that answer. Up $900 on a sim funded account. Logged out of trade value. Let's go, Donovan. That's massive. That's an amazing day right there. At this moment in time, it's a matter of staying green now. Overtrading is never acceptable. If you've gotten green on the day, it is your responsibility to stay green. Congratulations. Very good job. One day at a time. Get green, stay green. Go work on health. Go work on other businesses. Base hits on top of base hits on top of base hits. That's where the compounding starts. So decent move lower here. We finally got a move. We're just going over questions and answers as we're waiting and watching. I got another 7 minutes on my segment. The only thing that we were looking at today was a short position on oil. That short position provided one entry. Ever since then, it's just been consolidating. Did a good job moving to plus 1R so far, but still has yet to provide a result. We'll see what happens there. If we don't get that result during my segment, I'll go ahead and update this on my socials. That way you can see the result to it. Once again, no position there in NQ or ES. I just don't like the difference between them. Like, look at how ES is just barely red on the day versus NQ being down 1%. Two correlated pairs should be moving the same at the same time, and that's not happening right now. All right, so NQ went and took out these lows. ES is nowhere near that low. So there's conflicting information. Okay. So I'm neutral right now. I'm being patient. In my opinion, it's not the time to be aggressive here at all-time highs. How do I know what pairs I can trade with MyFundedFutures? If you just go to their FAQs section, there's an entire list of assets that you could sort through. There's an entire page dedicated to what assets you can trade on MyFundedFutures. Just do the research on their platform. Go to their website, go to myfundedfutures.com, go to the FAQ section, type in assets that you're allowed to trade. Isn't that bullish SMT? Yes, this is absolutely bullish SMT. NQ took out the hourly low here, whereas ES did not take out the hourly low. ES continues to show the strength. You could see it over here in the percentages as well. ES is holding up very nicely. It is clearly the stronger pair. NQ sold off very aggressively. This is clearly the weaker pair. But what I'm trying to say is SMT is not enough. SMT is not a standalone trigger. So last minute or two before Tom comes up, I highly suggest you stick around for Tom's segment. He's been doing a phenomenal job providing value every single day. Any last questions for me? Feel free to throw it in chat. My stance remains the same. Nothing has changed yet. Neutral in terms of bias for NQ and ES. I will gladly post the results to oil when it provides a result. Why is SMT not enough? Because first of all, time is the most important element. So you should pick a specific time in which you execute throughout the day. So pick a time where you could solely provide your focus to your business. That's the first most important concept, time. The second most important concept is draw on liquidity or bias. You want to be on the same side as the higher time frame order flow. Then you look for confirmations to that idea by looking at market structure, by looking at candle closures, by looking at cracks and correlation, SMTs. Notice how that's the third thing in the list. You need number one, you need number two, then you can look for number three. When I say SMT is not a standalone trigger, that's what I mean right there. Right? If you're executing at New York Open and you see SMT at London Open, that means nothing to you because time is the most important element. And then after time is draw on liquidity or bias. So you need to put the logic, you need to put the probabilities in your favor first. Then you look for SMT to confirm that idea. Once you have all of those put together, that's when you're dealing with higher probabilities and you go in looking for your entry function. So just notice how there's multiple steps there. There's multiple things you need to conduct your business. It's not just, oh, I found SMT, let's hop into a position. That's not how it works. In my opinion, that's not how I conduct my business. SMT is not a standalone trigger. Very good question, though. All right, coming into the last minute of my segment, I'll leave you off with this. Same message that I had yesterday because I'm still sitting in the same scenario. Patience is truly a virtue. Okay? Not every day is going to be a trading day. You have to understand that this business is 80% mental and 20% chart. When you're clearly capable of having conviction, that's when you should think about taking risk. If you cannot have conviction in an idea, choose patience. Choose to sit on the sideline. That's the situation I'm sitting in right now, is being on the sideline. Okay, so that's what I'm leaving you all with today. Let's welcome Tom up onto the stage. Tom has been doing a phenomenal job providing value every single week. So stick around for Tom's segment, and we'll be starting to transition over to Tom any second now.
And we're here. Hello, welcome. Ash, this was an awesome segment as always. I was listening in, and guys, always highly valuable content. So good to see you, chat. Good to be here. Good to be here especially after yesterday. Ash, thank you so much again. This was a lot of awesome information there. I really enjoyed listening in. Guys, good to see you back. Hey, Green, Marilyn, hey, Zelsi, Fox, Donovan, and Abhishek, Magnus. Good to see you guys and everybody, all the MyFunded TV hosts and mods and everybody from MyFundedFutures. I'm going to say VWAP. VWAP. No, I'm just going to say volume weighted average price. I think it's much more simple, much, easier to say, let's just say volume weighted average price. It's much easier. Zacromancer, hello. Kid, good to see you. Thank you so much, Ash. Have a good one. Oh my God. I mean, definitely I'm going to bring as much value as I can, but after you, it's hard to do. Guys, Ash is bringing so many value that anytime I come here, I just like, man, I wanted to talk about the same stuff. He always gets it. Don't worry. I have some stuff. Okay, so volume weighted average price. All right. Yeah, you can use that too, Mr. Smith. Okay, guys. So let's just hop in the middle here. I would like to comment on what happened so far during the London session, but I'm just not going to. I mean, look at that. This is just a 5-minute chart, and usually I do some sort of a recap, what happened throughout the day. But look at this. Look at this all the way through London until the New York AM session. This is typically like one that you just need to avoid. This is not good for anything, right? So that's the prime example of when not to trade. And I must say that this market open was, oh my gosh, I mean, after looking back, I mean, I was streaming in London, very, very, very weird price action. We can do the ride on the Autobahn. Yeah. Hey, Vivi, good to see you. Okay, so the market open, I mean, let me just say real quick that I was eyeballing with this new week opening gap high ever since during the AM session. I mean, from the 7 a.m. kill zone, it started to drop. I was like, man, this should take this out. So I'm just going to be real quick on this one because obviously I got to stay transparent as much as possible. I was so much into the concept that we're going to go down into the new week opening gap somewhere around 8 a.m. I saw this drop. Guess what I did? I jumped in with a heavy position on my funded account. Boom. And you know what happened after that. So I went to another daily loss limit on one of my MyFundedFutures funded accounts. But don't worry about it, guys. It's still fine. Still fine. The other account, I made a few $100s. Actually, at the two other funded accounts, I made it up. So I'm in a nice profit. But still, I was a little bit pissed off with this because I was so sure. I was eyeballing with this 751 level since Sunday. I was like, man, it just has to, at least it has to wick down. So I was so sure as the candles were printing down here, like, man, I just need to jump into a scalp. At least I've proven myself that I'm not a good scalper. So anyway, as the market opened up, obviously there was sort of like a liquidity sweep up here, and I was still eyeballing with the zone, like, what should we do? What should we do? But long story short, I took a scalp, not really a scalp, but technically a valid trade on the other MyFunded futures account, on the funded account, of course. And guys, this is just, I don't know if you guys heard, pretty much, news flash. Maybe this is brand new information, but there's 50% off for everybody at one time. I mean, at one use at MyFundedFutures, 50% off. I know it's brand new info, but you know what I'm going to say? You must grab an expert account with 50% off. I'm just going to buy one, by the way, today. This is the best deal right now. And so far, all the new stuff that MyFundedFutures is rolling out, really high standard. So anyway, as the morning session continued, well, we talked about that we should go down to the 600 level, as we did. I closed down my stream somewhere around 11 a.m. and guess, I do feel a bit of a FOMO because on one of my valuation accounts, I tried to scalp this one. I got taken out right here, somewhere around 714, and then boom, it just went down. But anyway, I'm up on those fundeds. One funded is down, but technically somewhere around break even for the day. But the expert account, exactly. That's exactly. The expert account, Abhishek, exactly. That's the big deal, guys. The expert account is the big deal on this one. So the BMW giveaway is going to happen next week on Tuesday. Make sure to show up. All right. All is going to be good. Next Tuesday. All right. Tickets are available in my stream. PB Trading, welcome. So this was, I mean, this was what I'm hoping for, some kind of a drop to the gap, which eventually I caught right on time. And by the way, let me just show you the entry that I took after this liquidity sweep. So there was, and it's not an A++ setup, that's for sure. But we had this nice push here. And then the market technically inverted this gap. And I was a little bit super aggressive. Not usually my favorite entry model, to be honest. I'm not really feeling these inversions. But as you know, as soon as I saw this happening and we were in the silver bullet hour, I was like, man, we should be dropping down and try once more. So I think I entered somewhere around 805 or 6 and then just took it all the way down here. Anyway, that was a trade. Let's move on. I have some awesome topic for today, and we're going to talk about some good things. I hope everybody had despite that the price action was absolutely horrendous. I hope that everybody had a profitable day, or at least a break-even day. Don't forget, break-even is actually winning. Marcy is taking the BMW. We're going to talk about that, Marcy, all right? So break-even day, especially on these market conditions, is absolutely a win, I would say so. Piano giveaway is after next week, all right? Let me know if you guys have questions, by the way, about the technical stuff, some levels, or what levels I'm looking for. I'd be happy to answer. And I'm just going to have this topic here. And let's see. I got this question earlier again, and I always get some good questions. My chair is going to go for an auction, okay? It goes for charity. Make sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel. All right, it's up there, and we're gonna talk about the details. All right. So I got the question like how to avoid the first trade trap. Now this is huge, by the way. I kept looking into this, and I think this is like one of, I mean, I'm still, until this day, since the first day of trading, and until this day, I'm still suffering from this negative emotion. Yeah, this fan, this was one of the most expensive fans there. So you can't get it, man. No, not the glasses. I know. Everybody wants a piece of me. I know, but don't worry. We'll get that too. So emotion, and you know, we have the emotion. The door lock is definitely not for sale. I need to, you know, I have the AC on because it's super hot here. It's like almost 40 degrees Celsius outside right now, and I just need to keep the AC full porting the AC right now. So back to the topic, how to avoid the first trade trap. Now, I think, I mean, tell me, guys, I'm really curious, and please type it in the chat if you have something about this. Do you guys have fear about the first trade? It doesn't matter which session you start to trade, London, New York, Asia session, whatever, especially on a Monday, you know, or it can be a Friday, who knows. But when you sit down, you know, on the day and you just kind of feel that, oh my God, like I'm a little bit scared. Should I put this trade on, especially on a funded account, right? So do you guys have the same thing? Because I do. Yeah. Gabri G, you do. Sometimes, TT says. Victor has it. Okay, I do have it. I definitely suffer from this stuff until this day, especially when I'm looking for a payout. And to be honest, and this just came to my mind after yesterday that I hit the daily loss limit on both of my accounts. This just came to my mind that I think I was so much focused on the fact that I wanted to take that payout today that I was a little bit too emotional about the first trade. And eventually I forced myself into a setup which I shouldn't have been taking. And, you know, things happened. Taking profit early. Yeah, that's also an issue. Fear at every trade, Abhishek is saying. First trade gives, yeah. So yeah, guys, the first trade always gives me a lot of fear, a lot. Like I'm always freaking out on the first trade. No, actually that's not true, because no, that's not true the way like this. I'm not freaking out, but it definitely under like a little bit more pressure, more emotions, and that's kind of something that needs to be avoided. I don't suffer from insanity. I enjoy it. Yeah. It gets better after breaking the ice, something like that. So, by the way, stay tuned. I just wanted to say that there's going to be a wheel spin. All right. There's going to be a wheel spin. So just stay tuned, everybody. Okay. So this is like really, really important, because the first trade of the day often carries more emotional weight than we realize, right? We feel pressure to start strong, catch the open, and prove that, okay, we are ready to do this. Like there's something that we want to prove to ourselves, that the first trade has to be a winner. So when your first trade, the fear that you lose your first trade, that can be a small loss, it can be a big loss, but eventually it is going to affect your maybe the rest of the day. Completely. That's going to take a huge effect on the rest of your positions if you emphasize too much on your emotions. And so, yeah. Why is it a trap? I've been asked. Like, maybe it's a little bit of the too much adrenaline and overexcitement. Like you're starting out fresh throughout the morning, energized, maybe overconfident that you shouldn't be, and the open is fast. You just want to make that fast money, and just go for those breakouts. That's what we try to do usually, and that's not really a good thing to have. Oh, there you go, the form. There you go. We have the form. Fill out the form, because we're going to have the wheel spin. So what can you do? How to avoid it, right? There's multiple things. And I'm just saying this from my experience, and I keep hearing this from professional traders as well. Like, for example, no trades in the first 5 to 10 minutes after the open. I keep saying that many times. Or while you wait for the first 10 minutes, it can be also a London session, by the way, or an Asia session, Tokyo Open, whatever. You wait for the first 5-10 minutes to wait for the market to show its hand, like what is really happening. You can avoid a lot of mistakes if you wait at least 10 minutes. Like really, it's going to help you a lot. Or that's why you need to set up an entry checklist. I'm cool as cucumber, I know. How difficult do you find it to trade while being live on YouTube? It is, sometimes it's difficult. It was much more difficult in the early days. I started streaming at 2022, and it was much more difficult back then, because I felt like I have to prove something, not just for myself, but for those who are joining my channel or watching the stream. And I felt like I need to prove myself like much more. And it was a little bit frustrating. So yeah, it was harder. But then as time went by, it was actually much easier. And now I actually like streaming, because I can hold myself accountable for my trades. I can look back of what I did right or wrong. As Ash said a few times, it helps. It helps him to journal. I kind of use it as well, the same way as well, because I can look back, journal, what happened, what really, what I did wrong, what trade should I have taken or whatnot. So actually, the YouTube helps me to look back and see what happens. Exactly, Donovan. 5 accounts are going to be insane. So, as I was saying, wait 5 or 10 minutes. Wait for the market to show what's going on, and you got to do that checklist. That it's very important. Like the game plan, your entry model. Obviously, it's a basic thing that you did your analysis right before you sit down and trade. Like that's a must. That is like that's the number one priority routine. You make your analysis, you have your levels, and then you come up with the checklist. Was there a liquidity sweep? If that's what you're looking for. Was there a trend line break? But it has to be that just not like one single checklist. I found it much more safer and secure if you have some kind of a entry model or system that you're using that has at least 3 or 4 check marks before you even enter a trade. Those check marks are definitely going to help you to avoid entering into some setup which is not even there, right? And it's also helping you to avoid the fear of taking the first trade. Nowadays, sometimes, especially in the London session, I just sit through the whole session, because if I'm not seeing, because that's what we did here, nothing really happened. And we were just sitting and watching what price was doing. And if I don't see my check marks, I don't see that liquidity sweep, I don't see that level that can be swept, I'm just not going to enter the trade. And it's so easy, if you keep on practicing this, and just going all over the checklist every single day or session, that becomes a routine, that becomes a reflex, a muscle memory, right? You just don't see your checklist, you don't see those levels taken, or you don't see that trend line break, you don't see that fair value gap that you need. That's basically going to save you a lot of pressure and time, and especially avoid that feeling, that fear of the first trade, because that's what we're talking about right now, the fear of having that first trade. And so the checklist. Also, I used to say, like, I'm having my probe trade. That's what I do in London, also in New York, like probe trade. I say that because my first trade usually, even when I see an A+ setup, I go in with maybe half size, or definitely going with a smaller size into the trade. So whatever is your risk usually on your funded account, I think the overnight session was boring, Roman Arts. Yes, it was. It was super boring. So whatever day it is, even if you see good price action, you start out in the New York session, you look back to London, and you see that price action was actually good, you see some good levels, I would say that the first trade you take should be with a smaller than usual size. So if you're risking, for example, I don't know, like $200 for a trade, and risk only 100. If you go in with 10 micros, go with 5 micros, depending on what is your risk management, right? So don't worry, the will spin will come. So, and we're going to read the winners. So that is something that helps you to reduce that emotional damage, right? Because, yeah, it's also part of risk management, but just go with smaller size. One more thing about the first trade, and I did that, and actually that helped. Journal down your first trades of the day or the session, just the first trade. Really, like literally with the pen and paper, just write it down. Your first trade, was the setup good? Did you look for those check marks? Was the analysis correct? Only the first trade. If you don't want to do the whole day, that's understandable. I'm not usually journaling down my whole day, like all the trades, but try the first one and do it for like 2 weeks. And then when you see that those levels are working and the first trade is actually profitable, I mean, obviously you will see after some sample sizing that, okay, the first trades are usually working. That's also going to help you a lot, okay, to reduce that emotional damage there. So just a bit of an extra. Are they profitable, or are those trades taken by emotion? Are those trades being taken clearly by just intuition, or was there a checklist? So I think those patterns are going to tell you everything once you have those numbers and answers to your journal. And that's why people are actually underestimating how important it is. Again, there's so many ways to journal. I'm not saying that every single trade must be analyzed and written down, but you can be selective with the first trades. You can be selective. You can write that down, definitely. And then obviously the way I journal is I always look for, if I made a big mistake like today or yesterday, I look back, I write down what was my mistake. It was not the market, it was me. And it always comes down to bad risk management. If you had a very good trade, you can also journal it down. What did you do right? What were those conditions that have met when you actually achieve that level or that profit target? Okay, so that's just kind of an extra there. Yeah, exactly. So I just wrote it down here that the first 5-10 minutes you can update those key levels. So especially if some of you guys are trading the London session and the New York session, obviously you need to do some updates as well. Levels could be changing, new zones or trend lines could be happening. So obviously make the update every day, every session. Like I always start my day like clearing my chart completely, and starting everything from the scratch, previous day high, low, supply demand zones, fair value gaps, and all that such. So I think it's a good idea to do so. Start from scratch and have your levels drawn up every day. That's also going to give you a good routine. Like your eyes are going to be scanning for those levels that you're looking for automatically. So if I wouldn't put on like anything here, I would already see those levels, like what I'm looking for. But obviously it helps to draw these levels. It's going to help you with your analysis as well. Okay. I'm kind of curious. Also, I have a question for you guys to make this a little bit more interactive. Like, do you trade the open? Like, is that your main thing, to trade the first 5 or 10 minutes? Or you guys are waiting as well for the first 15 minutes, maybe for the 10 a.m. Silver bullet hour, or at least, do you guys take your time or just jumping in? I'm just curious what type of traders do we have here? There's nothing wrong with jumping in at the market open if that's your strategy, if you're looking for some kind of a breakout or levels to be swept. I get it. Lots of traders are doing it. I'm just I'm really curious that what you guys are looking for. Are you guys patient enough to wait until the dust settles, or you just want to jump in the first minute or two? Okay, Jake says 9:45 to 10:15 ish. Thank you for the answer. Raj, I trade after 10 a.m. Nice, thank you. Gold 7:30 to 9:30, NQ 9:30. Okay. I wait until after the first 30 minutes. I like that, Amir. I like that. Yeah, I trade from 5:30 and on. Thank you for the answers. Noise is less at 10 a.m. Exactly, Raj. I think so too. As much as I journaled, especially in the last year, I realized that my best trades and the most valid setups were coming after the 10 a.m. hour. After 10, maybe even after 11 a.m. But usually those were the times when I was looking for. Actually, I took the best setups and trades. And yes, I do take some trades sometimes at the market open. I do. But it's obviously, let's just face it, it does have some gambling in it. Once you enter at 9:30, it's gonna put you on a gambling roller coaster up and down, especially on this morning. Look at that. I mean, this was, and even though I entered to this trade, I at least had a very good conviction that we should be hitting that new week opening gap. If this trade would have gone higher, that would have been a clear sign that something is off with my analysis again. And then I should have stopped. How many languages do you speak? Well, I speak English. I speak a little bit German, but only on a basic level, like super basic level. And that's it. I do want to. I want to learn Spanish, by the way. Don't ask me why. You know, when I see some Spanish movie on Netflix, I tend to listen. I mean, obviously, I'm watching with subtitle, and I just love hearing Spanish people talk. I think this is like kind of cool. I think. Anyway, I think it's kind of cool. There's going to be a wheel spin. There's going to be a wheel spin. There's the giveaway form. Abhishek just posted it. So make sure to fill out the form. Yeah. So thank you for the answers, by the way. Coop 15 minutes. Okay. Thank you for that. Is there a signal based on my strategy? Yeah. Thank you, Dio, for the answer. Yeah. If you're planning on trading this market, describe to the audience, how would you use the current range to plan your trade? Oh my. Well, first of all, when I would just sit down at this hour to look for some trades. Anyway, no. You said it in past tense. So if I would have, at 9:30, I was still, as I said, I was looking for the new week opening gap. After the move happened, so I'm just going to say right now, how would I plan to move in this market? Well, I'm not favoring the short positions. That's for sure. So if I go to the 1 hour chart, obviously we do have some so-called trend line liquidity. We can call that. It's maybe not the most professional word to use, but I look at the 1 hour chart. This has been swept. There is more trend line liquidity on these levels. And obviously we have some fair value gaps. So I look at the bigger picture. I see, okay, this one's just keep on pushing and pushing higher. Ash was also saying that ES decoupled with NQ, and that gives me some bad feelings. Like when ES and NQ are decoupling, and then that usually means that the market is a little bit more unpredictable. Some dirty moves can be happening throughout the day. And so I would just say that if I would just start trade right now, the only thing that I would be looking for is maybe a long position, but I don't have a long position here. First of all, I do need to look for some targets. Now, I do have a target here. I have a 15-minute bearish order block at 888 up there, right up there. Let me just put a marker right there. So that's the level that I would be looking at. How far is that, first of all? It's like more than 200 points, 225. Not really sure. Not really sure if after this drop, NQ is going to be strong enough to push it up there again. But what I need to see, and thank you for the question again, it's a good question. I need to see a shift, a bullish market structure shift above this level. So I need to see that. And I'm trying to look on other time frames as well. To be honest, in this session, okay, there's a zone on the 3-minute chart. Okay. So the low-hanging fruit for a possible target would be there on the 3-minute, 795. But in order to get that, I need to see this. Let me just draw this here. I need to see a shift, fair value gap, and then boom. Oops. Man, I messed it up. This. Okay, so this is the kind of move I would be expecting to happen. And obviously use some sort of a fair value gap, okay, along the way. Risk to reward ratio needs to be positive. Low hanging fruit would be the 3-minute order block up there. And that's what I would be looking at. If I really would like to anticipate something, if I'm not seeing this, I'm just not entering. You don't understand the new week opening back because it's too wide. I like a new week opening up. Yeah. No, you're not missing anything. Let's just go back to Sunday open. All right. On the 1-minute chart, I usually go down to the 1-minute chart. And so let me zoom in. So this is Friday and Sunday. So this is Friday. Market close. When was the close? The close was at 740.25. Open happened at 751.25. Basically, that's it. I don't care about the wick. In this case, I'm looking at the opening of the candle. Tom, I'll make sure it gets there for you. Sorry, I missed your previous comment. Which goes for me? What goes for me? How do you trade would be interesting. If you would like to know more about how I trade, I would say that please join my channel. The YouTube handle is out here on the upper right corner. It's Tom Sabo Biz on YouTube and X. I talk a lot about what zones I'm targeting. There's two things that I'm looking for. Basically, one, I'm looking for supply and demand zones, which are basically order blocks, right? So I know maybe a lot of you are using ICT concepts. I'm looking for these order blocks, which are supply and demand zones. But let's just go into that topic because that's a different thing. Maybe Michael would be laughing a lot, but I don't care. Those are the levels that I'm looking for. I'm kind of reverse engineering the process. I'm using these levels as targets. And all I'm looking for is basically an ICT 2022 entry model, liquidity sweep, market structure shift, displacement with a fair value gap. And I'm kind of trying to target those zones. These zones can be on the 1-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute, even on the 1-hour chart. Depends what is the range for the day. Is there some kind of a specific level that needs to be taken out? You can look into the power of 3. Was this maybe an accumulation manipulation? Then we can have a distribution higher. I don't want to get into an analysis paralysis because it's very, how should I say, you can easily confuse yourself. So I'm trying to keep it very simple. I'm just looking for these zones. That's all. Those are my targets, and I use the entry model. Obviously, you still need to learn about market structure. I did like the market maker buy and sell model from ICT. I think that's a very good lecture. So the trade I just drew, to 7.9. Okay. Thank you. Well, if this trade, if it would get to my level, that would be awesome. I mean, maybe I would consider to take this, but obviously on a different account, maybe on an evaluation account. I mean, today I'm overall, including all my accounts, I'm somewhere around scratch, somewhere around break even. Obviously better day than yesterday, but not ideal market conditions for me. Yeah, small position. That's what you need to go for. it could be bouncing. And this would be the only scenario that I would be interested in. I'm not interested to take a short. That's for sure. I don't care. I don't care if it drops 500 points from here. Let it drop. And just careful when it does, because we saw that. I mean, last year as well, and this year we saw NQ dropping 1,000 points. Very dangerous to chase that. So we have the wheel spin soon, everybody. Get ready. Get ready with the wheel spin. I think I will, when it starts, I will try to read the winners, the names, and that's going to be super exciting. Yeah, it's nothing to do right now, TT. Nothing to do. And I don't mind this because I said that, you know, usually this time of the day, the code drop. I don't know about a code drop right now. All we have is the wheel spin. Between you guys and me, I would tell you, but I don't know anything about the code drop. But we do have the wheel spin. So it can go, Gustavo. It can, but this is the waiting game. I feel like to show transparency and the fact that you deal with the same emotion downfalls as us beginning into radio trades make it. Thank you. Well, this was not the plan, obviously. My plan was to show you guys that I'm kind of a big shot professional trader who's going to take a trade every week on MyFundedFutures, which is going to happen, by the way. But this funded account that I started in May, well, actually, oh my God, I started that funded account in May. Well, unfortunately, the odds are very small that it's going to survive after 2 daily losses. But I have 2 more funded accounts, don't worry, and we're going to get payouts. I want to see this super fast. Did you guys saw that tweet? I mean, I actually put it out on my Twitter too, but I also saw on the Discord, like, oh my gosh, the fastest payout at MyFundedFutures. So last time I did that, it was like 1 minute and 34 seconds. Now I see this morning that 169 milliseconds, the payout. Nobody does that. Nobody. I was like, what the heck? I want to try that out too. I want to. And we're going to do it live. I promise you guys this. We're going to do it live. I want to try that out. Fastest payout ever, man. I know. Oh, you saw it on my Twitter. Nice. Yeah, I was amazed. Like, I think no other prop firm does it this fast. Automatic approvals this fast and getting paid. My gosh. 0 seconds technically. Yeah. 0 seconds. And again, I must say that the current promo that MyFundedFutures has, I would strongly advise you guys to take the expert accounts. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take an expert account for sure. 50% off from an expert account. Man, that's the best deal. All the freedom that you can get. Go for it. You have to use the bathroom right when I open the chart. Donovan, it happens, of course. Don't worry. We are all human. Yeah, the fastest and even faster than that. Exactly. So, yeah, I kind of went into the topic of the first trade problem, you know, and until this day, I'm still kind of suffering. I mean, that's a little bit of a strong expression for it, like suffering from the first trade. I mean, those emotions, but it definitely is a little bit more stressful taking the first trade of the day, especially when you're very close to a payout. Okay, if you're getting very close to a payout, and especially if you're new in trading or you're looking for your first ever payout, then definitely have those check marks. Okay, don't jump into don't jump into anything at the 9:30 market open. That's just going to kill the account. I mean, especially if you're new. All right, go small and wait for the first. I would say wait for the first 15 to 20 minutes at least. Maybe you can get some results at the macro, but let's just not go into ICT concepts. But wait, do your homework, do your analysis, have your check marks ready, and don't force yourself into a trade. I made the same mistake. probably yesterday because I was so much focusing on that payout. But anyway, let me know if you guys have questions about this. By the way, I'm happy to answer. And obviously, we have so many topics to cover. I actually have more topics, by the way. And I know you guys are waiting for the wheel. Don't worry. I agree, Danny. Danny, that is actually, I almost said something else. I agree. Completely agree. 100%. So, drink water. I have some water here. I'm going to drink. Actually, this is soda water with some cherry flavor. Okay. Okay, so seems like the trade is coming into our way. I mean, obviously there is no trade and no setup, but no setup yet. But on the 5-minute, it does look good. It does look good. No code drops. We're gonna have the wheel spin. We're gonna have the wheel spin. You failed your account. It's your first account. Telugu, I must say, thank God you're through it. Like, it's behind you. It's awesome. You know, you should be grateful because it's behind you now and move forward. And I don't want to really break down your emotions, but I mean, escalate your emotions, but sorry. But it might gonna happen again. But don't worry, it's part of the process. Okay? It's part of the process. No black water. It's cherry flavored soda water, by the way. Thank you, Louis. So odds are, oh, look at this. The market structure is shifting. I know some ICT traders are calling this change of character or change of character in price delivery. Like, how difficult is that to say? By the way, I still don't have the info. I mean, the green light to say this, but there's going to be a wheel spin in about 5 minutes. Okay. The wheel spin is the wheel minutes are going to spin in 5 minutes. I hope you understand. It's going to happen in 5 minutes. Okay, all right. So I just got the go ahead. The wheel spin is going to happen in 5 minutes, or maybe not 5. I don't know if it's going to be 6. I mean, sorry, in 12:20 or by the time Matt comes around. Have you watched the I'm in trading video on ICT? Oh no, I haven't checked it. I haven't checked that. So we have a market structure shift, by the way. Is this going to develop a possible entry for us? Is this happening? Too much. Exactly. The divergence is just too much. What is ES doing right now? Just a quick look. Oh my gosh. This is too much. Yeah. I feel like, look at that buy side on ES, 62.87 all-time high. I do have an alert as well. I think ES is going to go for it. There's no stopping at it. It's going to pull NQ. I think I'm ready to take a trade on this after this 5-minute candle closes. If we're going to leave a fair value gap, I'm going to put on a limit order. Yeah, why not? I'm going to put on a limit order, and I'm going to put it out here as well. So, Yeah, 12:20. Okay, so we're gonna have the wheel spin in 3 minutes. Get ready, everybody. This would be the good target up there. I'll be looking for that 792. I think Roman is doing something with the market makers. He already announced that he's gonna bring this trade to us. Now, this tells me a risk to reward ratio of 1.7. The thing is, I still need to wait until this candle is closing. Retest 5-minute inversion. Yeah. That could be happening. Let me know if you guys have questions about the setup, about risk management. I'd be happy to help out or share some information or share some wisdom. And by the way, I do have some topics, some more topics. I do have a question here. I wrote it down. Exactly. The truth about the green days. So it's not about P&L. It's not always about P&L. And of course, we talked about this earlier as well. Like a green day or a winning day, it's not just about the profit. A winning day can be easily, I mean, it's always about, and this is what you need to focus on. Did you execute your trades or your entry model properly? Did you follow your rules? I mean, as I said, at the end of the day, you ask yourself, was my analysis correct? And the second question you might ask in your journal, did I follow my rules? If the answer is yes to both of those questions, I guess despite of your P&L for the day, it's a winning day. Okay, so it's all about the quality. By the way, just a second. I'm actually willing to put on a limit order here. Aiming for 1 to 2 risk to reward. Okay, I'm going to risk about 100, but actually more. Limit order. This candle is closing now. The low of this candle is 76.50. All right, I put a buy limit at 76.75. Okay. 76.75. We'll see how it goes. And my stop, let's just see. I want to get out early before we get to the 90s. Yeah, this is good for me. Okay. My stop would be 617. 617. Actually, maybe. Oh, that's cool. 617. 16.50 maybe. Okay, so there's my stop. The trade is triggered, so I'm in the trade. And let's see how it goes. My TP is going to be 788. 788. Okay. In the trade. We'll see. I kind of want to see this going back up there, but who knows? Obviously, if it keeps on dropping, it's cool. I'm not risking too much on this. Let's do the wheel spin, I think. Good luck, everybody. Let's do it. Sorry about the trade setup. Here's the wheel spin. Let's do this. The first winner, Kung Fu Trader. Congratulations. Let's go. Second winner, Fictional Cara. Sorry. Congratulations. Let's go. Meow. I like the name. Congrats. Let's do this. Jacoby. Let's go. Congrats again. I love these giveaways. This is just awesome. Dopak Man. Oh, the Pac-Man, sorry. The Pac-Man. Ed, hey there. Let's see the next name. View your trade. Interesting name. I like it. Congratulations. Cool. DMC 5597. Congratulations. Dokuan. Let's go. Let's go. Oscar GC. Congratulations on the win. Let's do this. Okay, the next one. Fabe. Congratulations, Fabe. Last one comes. MMMMX. Very rare, unusual name. We love it. Congratulations. Congratulations for the winners. I mean, we love MyFundedFutures. This is really a giveaway bonanza here. Like, who does this? Which prop firm gives away so many stuff? Nobody. We love the free stuff. Congratulations for the winners. Gabriel, I love you too. But, you know. Reborn, hello. Good to see you. I love the vibes here, everybody. The vibes are just super awesome. Sticky, you're welcome. Top prop firm ever. Definitely, I agree. And guys, the new deal, take advantage of it, by the way. The 50% off, don't forget it's only for the first month, but still, one time per user, you must take an advantage of that 50%. You know. James, hello. Good to see you. So, I just want to say, I totally forgot what I wanted to say. This trade, you guys know what my plan is and what we're looking for. And I know whenever I start to see, viewers increasing, I see more people coming into the chat. That reminds me that we're going to have Matt real soon. And he's like a super pro. And hey there, Mom Babe, hello. Fraser, welcome. Thank you, Jim. And so I just want to say, if you guys have some questions for me regarding risk management or something about this trade setup, or, just give it to me and I'll be happy to answer. Matty, I love you too. I mean, I brother from another mother. So yeah, I do love to share all these informations. And usually what I talk about is like, basically I'm just saying what I so far have experienced, and especially in the past 1 or 2 years through my trading journey. And yeah, as I was saying, how do we recover from yesterday? Well, get up early, meditate, go out for a walk, just look outside and be grateful. By the way, guys, it's something we overlook so many times. Just be grateful. Not just because we are spoon-fed in the prop firm industry here and we are the best prop firm here, and you can make money from the comfort of your home. Be grateful for your health, for your family if you have a family. If you don't have family, be grateful for your friends. Be grateful for a lot of, the small things. Trust me, if you wake up the next day, especially on a day like I had, after a day like I had yesterday, don't worry, I'm totally fine. I was actually totally fine by the evening. So just be grateful. it's going to change your life. And last time, I know I said this, I mean, maybe last week, like, I do believe in manifestation. I do believe in the law of attraction. Obviously, I was reading The Secret and all that stuff about the law of attraction. And yes, what we think is going to become reality. I do believe that is, I think it's a fact. So be grateful. It helps a lot. In the morning session, in the morning, not just do your trade analysis, have a morning routine. You know, I used to sit down on the couch, and not every morning I do that, but sometimes it's just go out to the balcony and just listen to the birds. And I'm being grateful for everybody around me. And it's going to do you a magic. It's going to do you wonders. I'm not going to worship ICT, especially not praying, but I'm not a cult member, I told you guys. But guys, I next time, if you don't mind, I'm going to talk about it in relation with trading, because it is a real game changer. It is a real game changer. Respect the small things. Be grateful. Help other people. That's really, you know, I'm not saying like put all your money into charity, but, you know, help others. All the good stuff is going to come into your way. Okay. Not sure about the resets. So, yeah, I'm just saying that all these things actually helped me a lot. And you must also, like, you have to use your imagination. Try to feel that you achieved that success. You achieved that first payout. Yeah, you know the story. I mean, when I was much younger, like a teenager, one of my favorite actors was Jim Carrey. And you know the story. Jim Carrey said that he actually wrote a blank check to himself from $10 million. And he carried that check for years in his pocket, in his wallet. And after like 10 years or so, he got the deal for the movie Mask for $10 million. And it's working. Write down everything. Okay. It also, it's a strong thing I'm telling you here. Write down on a piece of paper what you need. It happened to me, and it actually, I'm going to show you one more thing before Matt comes around. I need to show this to you guys. This is 1,000 Hungarian forints. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. Just a second. I'll be letting Matt here. This is 1,000 Hungarian forint. I have this bill on my desk since many years now, and there's something I wrote on it with the pen in Hungarian that says, "Be grateful. Be grateful for all the money." I have to be grateful for all the money that I make in trading or in life. Be grateful for it. I have this bill on my desk since years. It's helping. And it's $1,000. You know how much it is? It's $3. Not 1,000 Hungarian forints, or 1,000 Hungarian forint. It's $3, but it's helping. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody. Matt is around here somewhere. I know you guys want to see him. Sorry, Matt, for taking your time here. Everybody's waiting for him. So again, thank you. I'm ready to switch to Matt. You guys are awesome. The chat is great. Love to be back for tomorrow. Who knows what's going to happen with this trade? So I'm just going to wait here and switch to Matt. Thank you so much, everybody. You are awesome. Okay. You are awesome.
Tom. Guy Tom, man, it's really awesome you catching the end of that. That's really cool, giving yourself a note from the past. The idea that you have the ability to set a goal and work towards it, that's amazing. Yeah, everybody get some love in chat for Tom. We love coming in here at the end of his stream and catching like the last 10 or 15 minutes of all this wisdom, man. Very, very, very cool. Yeah, thanks, Tom, for all you do, man. Okay. Today was a fun day. Trading has been kind of interesting. I'm going to jump right into it. There's no like reason to hesitate. This is the funniest day we've seen in a while. Now I'm green for the day, but boy, I took a swing. This account was close to being like 8K under, and overall I'm green with all my accounts. But boy, it was tough. S&P is literally 10 points away from all-time highs, and the Nasdaq is crashing. This is incredible. It's not normally that you see this much deviation, but I can explain a little bit of it. NVIDIA and I think Meta, a couple of stocks were actually just tanking, just outright tanking. And the sectors are very telling of what actually is going on. You are seeing the S&P go nowhere because materials are up 3%, healthcare is up 2%. Healthcare is a Nasdaq as well, but staples are up. Everything's up with the exception of tech, the exception of comms. And so these two sectors are just kind of like pooping the bed today. Microsoft is garbage. NVIDIA is garbage. And they just brought everything down. And so what I was doing was trading at my long, strong pivots. And I'm going to tell you guys, I got some really cool A-plus setups all day. And this is kind of the setup I did. You guys know my trade setups. When we trade inside of the gap, I longed at the open right here. I had positive resiliences across the board, which looked good. When the S&P filled its gap and Nasdaq went to half gap, I took profit in most of my accounts, and it ultimately was very, very, very green today. I was up for like 6-7K across all the accounts. And then I kind of like waited for the market to hit some of my A-plus setups, which are these areas down at the bottom. This is an A. So this is a B setup, which actually did very well. And all of these are high probability pivots. Like 90% of days close above this orange line. It takes an event or a catalyst to drop below. 80% of days close above blue. 92% of days close above this green. So I had A-plus all across the board. And in a handful of the accounts, I tried to long here and took a stop, and then tried to long here and then got blasted, and then tried to long here and got blasted. And then now that we recovered the strong pivot, we call this my EST every single time trade. Everybody tells me in chat they like to spam EST every time I'm trading. Wait, hold on. I think I'm behind here on the channel here. Oh, there we go. Everyone says EST. And what EST means is every single time. When you have stats or odds, it doesn't mean it happens. It's going to 92% chance it's going to bounce. What it means is over 100 data points of this exact trade, 92% of days close above it. And so the way that I look at it is for the odds to take off, I have to take the trade every time, because if I choose when and do and don't take it, I'm going to get out of the cycling of the odds. I might get unlucky by taking at the time it fails and missing the time that it wins. So all I have to do is survive and take it every single time. Now I'm currently in 3 contracts right now, and this account is up $2,500. Overall, it's down about $5,300. And this is the account I'm trying to work to get positive. This account was green for the day. Then it went red and redder and redder. And then once we lost here, I took my stop. And then right when we reclaimed, I got back in. I've been holding through this chop to make sure we go. Why am I betting that the market's going to do well when Nasdaq clearly is tanking? Well, a couple of things, right? The S&P is not tanking. The rotation back in the S&P stocks is pretty darn good. And the S&P is actually trying to rally and holding this upper end of its box. The S&P is not selling off yet. Doesn't mean it can't, but the S&P is holding the fort. When this white line is above 0, you know, the index wants to be here. S&P wants to be here, and it's holding there all day. The S&P is 10 points away from all-time highs. Resiliences are good. NASDAQ, it's not. Meta just tanked. NVIDIA just tanked. And it has this importance of these market cap weighted index are very sensitive to just stocks breaking areas they shouldn't be breaking. Now, what caused that unusual selling? Microsoft is a big part of this. And you guys know these 80 and 90% are also the same probabilities of stocks, pretty much the same setups. And when you start breaking this positive, it's essentially gamma and delta hedging. Positive gamma leads to a lot of volume pressure to resist that move. When you break through this, which is the rare event, 10 and 20%, what ends up happening is that the market has to rapidly chase that selling and continue to short to hedge against those put options that are there. And how you know that this is a gamma squeeze, which is exactly what this is that you have an acceleration of volume. Does everybody see on my chart? Quickly in chat. Does everyone see on my chart the volume is like the liquidity sidebar is blocking my P&L? Wait, where? I don't see what you're saying. Oh, liquidity map here. Oh, I see what you're saying. I don't have it on the screen yet. It's not on the screen. But anyways, y'all see the volume like this? So that is what a squeeze is. The market shouldn't have sold, but the fact that enough selling pressure came out of nowhere to tip the scales, you get that what we call a gamma flip in the business. So what happens is the net polarity of dealer positional risk goes from positive gamma to negative gamma, which basically means the influx of volume due to hedging rapidly is shorting because they have to chase rapidly place in the money puts. And so that volume increase very rapidly comes right there. And so, yeah, we had a gamma squeeze, sort of like extended hedging on a couple of stocks. Microsoft, big one that's kind of broke key levels. Google is kind of fine. Tesla was kind of good today. Meta, kind of not good. Meta was in the same boat. Meta did the same thing. And as you fell through, that volume just picked up and Meta just kind of tanked. And so Nasdaq just completely just crapped out on tech and telecom selling. But all the rest of the sectors look fantastic. I mean, you've got everything else is green. So this is just light volume, low volume, pre-holiday, 4-day week, selling in rotation when there's not a lot of volume in general. Just whoever's selling this to buy materials and utilities today, the Nasdaq over responded. So what I'm doing is I took my licks. I didn't give up. I'm back in on my long. This current trade is now at $3,000 to get back in on it. And I'm waiting for the market to move. Now, I did lose. And I told people, stay with me for the saga. I'm going to go green by the end of the day. So hopefully this does well. This account's only down $5,000 now. I was down about $8,000 in this account. This account has plenty of move to play, but I play every single trade. And I don't even let it hurt me because I can trade here. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Now it works. And that's basically what trading is like. I don't see the market fall and decide I'm going to get it on the short. S&P is nice and fine. It's just a couple of stocks selling off. It's the market cap weighing of the NASDAQ. The odds are really good that we hold. And so I'm back in on the trade just like normal. And that's why splitting up your risk is important, because when you are splitting up your risk, you don't want to copy trade, because as I'm taking some heat, I'm only taking heat in my biggest account out there. Let me take a little picture there. This is what it was earlier. Actually, this was earlier. I was giving a demonstration. I wanted to show you guys now. This account was really, or these accounts were basically like, these all made money at the start of the day, and this one was fighting. And now, drum roll, one of my accounts hit daily loss limit. So this one unfortunately hit daily loss limit. These are now up, and this one's down 5. So essentially I'm crawling my way back. I think total, this is 454, 61, 70, maybe 10.5 minus this. So I'm up maybe 4, give or take right now. But it's like one of those days where hopefully I can turn it all green, and we'll see. One of the accounts I can't turn green because I had DLL, but I'm good for the rest of it. Play the every single time song. I need to give them my my music so that you guys can hear my cool songs that I play whenever I'm doing this. But other than that, this is I like days like this because you guys get to watch technique. I really, and if you guys want to watch my stream from earlier today, you got to see all the decisions I made to trade small, add to the position. I did okay, and then lose and stop and get back in and then hold and then hang. And then now I'm pretty okay. I'm still betting that we hold above this orange line. This is monthly hedge pressure on NASDAQ itself. Not every stock is selling off. So it'd be very weird for the NASDAQ to, whatever reason, somehow crash out. As long as the rest of the index looks good and we're not losing key levels in some of these major stocks, I'm still feeling okay. Now, I'm in what I call an all or nothing trade. And so I'll be willing to hold this to lose everything down into here. I could scalp this from here to here, but the point of the trade is to take advantage of the probabilities. If probability is high that I close above here, and probability is high I close above here, and probability is high I close above here, I'm either going to get all of this or I'm going to lose another 3K. And from here to here, to travel roughly 100 points, what's that? 2.5 of 40, so 2.5 times 800. That's 2,000 per contract times 3 is a $6,000 move. So with the 3 contracts, I'm either going to make 6,000 or lose 3,000 on that. And I basically break even on that account right about here, give or take. And that's essentially how I'm trading this. I'm betting on the probabilities, and I have to keep trading every single time, or else I can miss out on the move. So I don't take my lick and say, oh man, this sucks. I just traded smaller and smaller and smaller. And I took 1, 2, 3, 4 losses in a row. And now I'm in the winning trade. I don't let 4 losses beat me up. I don't let the trolls in chat, oh, this guy isn't making any money, he sucks, beat me up. I don't care. I know I do well. I know I crush it over time. And that's all that matters as a trader. Crush it over time. You will take losses. Don't let it get in your head. Don't let it change your game. Don't let it change your risk plan. Don't overtrade. Don't revenge trade. Stick to your guns. My guns are, I'm going to close above this blue today. And even when it's falling, it doesn't mean my style doesn't work, your style doesn't work, or your shorting worked or whatever. The market sold because somebody woke up today and decided to dump NVIDIA and dump Meta, and nobody, and Microsoft, and nobody will be able to guess that was going to happen. Nobody can guess when people buy or sell stock. 0 people can understand when people want to buy or sell this crap. Nobody's candles or ICTs or this and that, harmonics, Elliott waves that have predicted that somebody decided to wake up and instruct all the traders at their firm, dump NVIDIA today. Hello?
Hi. Lunch money with Matt.
Lunch money with Matt gets free lunch delivery. Look at this, guys. This girl wants me to live forever because I'm no longer eating crap in the middle of the day.
No more chips.
No more chips crunching in the mic. So I've got handmade, like you guys know, this is her famous avocado toast. She needs to start a food truck, I'm telling you. Homemade bread, hummus, avocados, tomatoes, cheese, balsamic, sriracha,
It's underneath.
and an egg. Damn, that's good.
There you go. All right, I gotta go to work.
Where you going, Doc?
Work.
Oh yeah. By the way, iDoc is not just her name. She's literally a doctor. Look at her and her scrubs.
Goodbye.
She's got eye doctor stuff to do. All right. Adios. All right. She occasionally works when she's not moderating the channel. That's amazing. So every day at Lunch Money with Matt, we get a different lunch. And she's picked up bread making as a hobby, which is very cool. To taste all these delicious things that she makes. She's actually pretty darn good at it. Everyone said hey to iDoc. I'll tell her you guys all said hi. Say balsamic again. But is it balsamic or I always say balsamic, but if I say it, is there a right way to say it? I kind of never knew if I'm ever saying that right. Is it balsamic or balsamic? Basal with a Z? Balsamic. Is it balsamic? Did I say ball? Am I missing the L? Hold on. I don't trust you guys. I never trust a bunch of Wall Street knuckleheads. There's an L in there? Oh my God. There's an L in that word, balsamic. But it sounds weird to say balsamic. I don't like saying the word balls before I eat something. Nothing. I don't know. This is a G-rated stream, you guys, but I don't want to say the word balls before I put anything in my mouth. I'm gonna say balsamic because it's Tyler said ball sack. Thank you. That's what I was thinking. I can't say that on TV. You guys. All right. I don't know. I'm never gonna say it that way. I'm protesting that word. Balsamic. And I go to pause, as Joe said, I'll pause in the middle of the word. Okay. All right. So now I'm basically holding on for 90% chance we close above here. We are pressing through this level and key support, which I do want to see. Hopefully it picks up some momentum by the end of the day. And another thing that was actually helping me kind of stay true to this trade was that all day when the market was selling, you know, VIX is a product of what the S&P SPX options are doing. And we weren't seeing any movement in the VIX, even though NASDAQ was selling off almost 1%. The S&P barely moved and VIX barely moved. So, well, this is just strictly tied to a couple of stocks. I'm betting on the idea that the market isn't crashing out because the VIX isn't even moving. This is just a low volume tracking thing. And the algorithms just went and overshot everything because a couple stocks were selling. I'm very convinced that by the end of the day, at least by the end of the day, that we can be up here. This is my wish list up here. Balsamic. I'm telling you guys. Balsamico. Balls and deep voice. Balsamic. But yeah, very tasty stuff she makes me. They definitely don't pay the mods enough here. They have to work. The mods have to work twice as hard when we get in the chat. That's for sure. Oh, you guys are hilarious. Okay. But other than that, like taking a look at what S&P is doing, I know Nasdaq's the main focus here, but all the opportunities in Nasdaq, S&P is just sitting flat in between this area. Now, this white line is the equivalent open and close of SPY. So we open today here in SPY. We closed here yesterday in SPY. So I converted to futures, and it's called the redistribution zone. Essentially, at the end of the day and beginning of the day, there's a process called MOO and MOC. You guys can Google it. It's where institutions submit their orders to market makers and they get filled at the open or close. It creates high volume at both of these pivots. It looks like I'm up 4K in this trade. All right, let's get some rockets in chat because I want you guys to help me celebrate. Wishing me luck. If I can get this account back to green, I'll be happy. We are pushing. Let's get back above this blue line. I'd be happy to get above that blue line. Again, 90%. We're good here. I just want to get right up here. My wish. Give me a little wish here. My wish for you. This life becomes all that you wanted to. So give me some love. Right here. Fingers crossed. But hopefully that we stay above hedge pressure, that this was just a simple overshoot. It's not a wish. It does make sense, yeah. But we're hanging on to it. Let's go blue line. Hopefully so. We can get above it. Rascal Flats, number one. Oh, yeah, there you go. Y'all do know I'm a genuine Texan. I did grow up with I was a metalhead, but I liked country. It's so weird to see metalheads in Texas because country music and bluegrass music makes its way even in Texas metal. If you guys listen to like anything heavy like Pantera has a very crunchy Texas sound. Modern rock country from Texas country, literally sounds like Pantera light. It's all kind of the same kind of grungy rock. Texas music is like all my metalhead friends all still listen to country. It was so weird. We were so hardcore when we all had our like, here I was a kid that I had like Metallica, Nirvana, and then, you know, George Strait in my CD book when I was a teenager. Garth Brooks. You kind of had a little bit of everything growing up in Texas. So I don't listen to a lot of modern country music. I think it all kind of sounds boring. It's like hokey pokey pop love songs. Yeah, and everyone's snapping. And I think it's kind of boring. But I like the crunchy rock sort of Texas sound of music. Big plug. You love country music. Country music is it's too cutesy and bubblegummy these days. Like I like the raw, like I like the old schoolers. Like I was a huge, you know, like I said, George Strait and Garth Brooks. This is where I grew up. With the classics. But yeah, the new stuff is cute and bubblegummy, I guess, but not really my taste. I don't listen to any of the modern country pop, whatever. But I do like the kind of rocky sound of the Texas country scene. Pretty cool. It's just basically like bar rock. Kind of cool. Bow, 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 bow. Take you back to the 90s. I got friends in low. I got friends in low places. Oh, yeah. But I listen to everything though, music wise. I don't know if you ever join my stream, it's a mix of everything. We were playing like metal music today that somebody wrote for the theme song. My playlists are weird, but I listen to so much crazy stuff. I've got jazz playlists. I've got singers and standards playlists. I've got metal, rock, Texas country. I've got R&B. I've got hip hop. I've got like everything. It's probably nothing I don't listen to be honest. Luke Bryan, except for Randy Travis. Yeah, this is like when I was a kid. ZZ Top. Yeah. Like ZZ Top is like the quintessential Texas sound of like that Texas rock sort of sound that like Texas country all sort of spurred out of that whole ZZ Top sound. Yeah. You know, that's the good stuff. Kind of crunchy, riffy sounding rock. Bow, 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 bow. Hey, metalheads. There you go. I listen to the craziest music according to some people. And yeah, you may not notice it, but I do listen to like my favorite genre of metal is called melodic death metal. And it's so funny that at night when IDOC and I are chilling and cooking, we've got like Etta James and Frank Sinatra playing. And then whenever I'm up here playing Call of Duty, it's like, you know, like it's so crazy. Yeah. So let's get above that blue line. I'll sing some more Rascal Flatts if we get up there. I do like the Rascal Flatts a lot. They're pretty good. And your dreams stay big, your worries stay small. You never need to carry more than you can hold. German death metal. Yeah, like I did. I loved all the industrial German stuff back in the day too. Listen to Opeth. Yeah, like way back, like when I was in junior high, dude. Old school. Cradle of Filth. Yeah. I almost got my arm broke in a deicide mosh pit when I was like 14 years old. My mom, and the funny thing was my mom was super cool. She loved taking me and my little metalhead friends to these concerts. We would wear like, you know, baggy Jinkos and baggy t-shirts and stuff. And so I'm up almost 5K on the blue line. And maybe I'll just trim and hold a runner. I'm pretty good with this amount of profit. Let me hold on to one for a runner. That's great, guys. 5K trade. I'm almost back out of the hole. I'm only down 3K in this account. But yeah, so looks like code came on the screen, you guys, a couple minutes ago. If y'all missed out, you missed out. And by the way, MyFundedFutures says it's amazing 4th of July sale if you guys haven't jumped in on it. 50% off first account that you buy with the code. And then it's what, like 15% off every other account for Starter Plus and Expert. That's pretty darn good. And you guys saw Matt made a post the other day that at some point they're going to extend their payout cap to 100K at some point. That's like on the wish list, and 3 accounts to 5 accounts. Matt made that post. That's incredibly exciting to see that even MyFundedFutures, as great as it is, get 10 times better. Those are 2 huge changes when they come through. So hopefully they come through soon. But yeah, so anyways, my mom used to take me to a lot of concerts and my friends. We'd load up in the car. You know, I had long hair, like, you know, in the 90s, you had long hair and my hair was shaved all the way at the top. And I can actually do a mohawk. I just didn't really put in a mohawk that often because it was a lot to do. But in the 90s, you would wear your hair in a ponytail on the top. So if I can draw what it looked like this was my head. And I had like a strip of hair like this that went into a ponytail. And then it came like halfway down my back like that, or halfway down my neck. So, and it was shaved on the sides. This was trust me, in 1996, this was the trend. And I, you know, my mom would take me to all the heavy concerts and my friends too. Like it's funny that the parents would get together. Oh, they're taking our kids. You know, we're going to go see, you know, whatever. Oh, we're taking them to Pantera, White Zombie. All right, kids, get in the car. And my mom hated taking me to these clubs by myself because she didn't want me to like get kidnapped or whatever. So my awesome mom would go, she didn't even drink. So she'd just go sit at the bar while me and all my little friends would go in the mosh pits and, you know, get beat up and get black eyes and, you know, elbowed around and stuff. And then we'd walk back and my mom would just sit there and listen to all this horrible music, according to her, just so I wouldn't have to be there by myself. And then we'd walk back. We saw Gwar like 15 times. We'd go every year. And, you know, we'd come back with our shirts covered in like goop and fake blood and feathers stuck to you. And my mom's like, did you guys have fun? Yeah, we had a great time. Thanks, Mrs. C. You know, it's hilarious what it was like. But yeah, I did go to a lot of really, really sweet shows when I was a kid. A lot. And I still go to a lot of concerts these days. But yeah. And I love concerts. I go to a lot of EDM shows, a lot of music festivals. I go to a lot of shows, man. I just go to concerts as much as I can. So that's our thing. You guys want to pick? I need to find some pictures from that age. I think I have one somewhere. All right. I think I have one on my Facebook. Oh, here's the like clockwork. My browsers always crash right at lunchtime. So let me reset everything. I'm holding on to my runner. I just have that one contract still there. And just like clockwork, all my browsers crash once a day at exactly the same time. I can't explain it, but it happens. All right, maybe I could take this trade one more time. Back here at the level. Do you want to take orange trade one more time? I could add to it. I held on to my runner just in case we broke through blue. Getting a little bit of a pullback, another 40-point dip drop here. I will add one. Maybe I can take the second trade with a little bit of ferociousness here. Monthly res is kind of negative, so I'm not too happy about this. Let me double check that the S&P is not losing key levels here. You know, S&P is not picking up steam. So I think the low volume is going to prevent this from moving. Let me get a bump on this, and I will be better safe than sorry. I know I want to take the technical bet on this, but with the holiday, and we got big news coming up this week, I don't think we're going to get the momentum that we want. That retracement was probably it. Although I do have to take it every single time, though, for the stats. But, man, I don't know if I think it'll go. Maybe it'll be another loss. That'll be okay. At least I turned this down to about 3,000 under. Let me see if I can't find some pictures of Matt. I've never showed this to anybody, but and this will be the first time. I don't think I ever showed it on my stream. Y'all want to see what 13-year-old Matt looked like? Oh, my word. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find my photos here. So I added one more contract to my runner. If I can find it, I'll share it. I think a long time ago, for memory's sake, I threw it on my Facebook and never... Maybe it's on my phone somewhere. I don't think we're going to get the momentum we want, but I did add to my position here just because I do want to take that trade one more time. And if it fails, it fails, and it's just a losing day for that one account. Maybe it's in my phone somewhere. Ever since Apple rearranged the photo app, I've been so confused as to where all my photos are. Y'all notice they changed it like in the last update, the last big update. I know I had it somewhere. Now, I'll have to look it up. I'll have to get it for you guys. Maybe I'll come back another day and show y'all. All right, so I've got the same 90%. My wish list on this trade is to go from orange to blue one more time. I added another contract at the bottom. That'll be another 800 if I get the roll up. So 1,600 total on those two accounts if I do go to blue. It's about a probably a 2-to-1 trade if I stop at 680. So I'll roll this up to 743 and higher if I can. I swear I thought it. Let me see if I got in this one last place I'll look. I know a long time ago, my mom had been cleaning out all her photo albums and she was going to throw everything away. She's like, I just need to get rid of some stuff. And I was like, no, I'll keep it. And I went through all those photo albums, and then I had found all these old pictures of me when I was a kid. very few of them survived. At some point, I had like, I know nowadays it's popular for people to have like blue hair and green hair, but back in the 90s, it really wasn't. Only like punk rockers would dye their hair. So I'd have like my long ponytail. Sometimes it's bright red. Sometimes it was like stripes of colors. Like I went crazy with it. And I still remember back in the day having to like bleach my hair and then put like some like bright red hair dye to make my mohawk red. And I, trust me when I say I was the scariest looking kid in the math club. I'll tell you that. Because also in high school, I was a competitive mathlete. I don't know if I can find the picture. I'll have to go get it from the photo album and take a screenshot of it, a picture of it. But yeah, I would go to like the math tournaments, and I was the kid with the skateboard and the long hair and the backpack with all the patches on it and stuff. That was me. All right, what are you guys saying? What trading platform do I recommend with the fees? It depends on what you're doing. Trading platforms are all kind of different. If you're trading futures, they're all pretty decent. TradingView is good. I mean, you can connect your broker account in a bunch of different platforms. TradingView can connect all CQG. Rocket Scooter can connect CQG. Trade-of-8 is good if you have Ninja Trader account. It's pretty good. You'll send me some Rascal Flatts guitar picks. Oh, heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. So what was the best concert I ever went to? I would like to say that when I was a kid, I've been to, I can't remember how many concerts, but I think the Pantera White Zombie was like my most memorable concert when I was a kid. That was when like White Zombie was at their prime. And it was just like the two together were hands down. You know, if you guys knew Pantera, obviously two of the band members have passed. So, you know, rest in peace. But at the time, as iconic as it was, you know, I got to see them in their prime too, which is kind of nice. AMD is crapping out. Oh, that sucks. All right, hang in there. Look for the 80% above. It's the weaker pivot of the two, but at least holding orange is the stronger of the two pivots. So I am up a little bit after adding my position here, and I'm looking to kind of go higher than that. But yeah, I think in high school I was competitive in every UIL event, and I was also captain of the academic decathlon team. I was computer club, and science club and math club. I was like guy that was like UIL competing in every event. I lettered in high school like 50 something times. I got top 3 in UIL events in almost every category, including acting. I was also in theater. I just did every club. I was in photography. I did sports up until high school, but for whatever reason, man, I was like, I don't think I fit the mold because every single competition I went to, I was the only person that looked like me, which I think I liked as a kid. I liked being rebellious and different. Gonna reset codes maybe later. Yeah. Just like, but if you guys ask, I'm going to tell you guys something. If you guys ask about the giveaway while I'm talking, I'm going to ban one person randomly every day. So if you ask for the giveaway, I'm going to take it away from everyone. So be cool. Like, be here to learn something. Don't just show up for the freebies. Come on. Actually, I won't ban y'all. I love y'all. I'm just kidding. But seriously, don't make the mods have to remove all your comments by saying, when's the giveaway? When's the giveaway? How about you can say, can you help me learn how to trade? No, I wouldn't. But y'all let the mods do their job. You know, I keep seeing like chat remove, and everything they're removing is somebody like, when's the reset code? When's the giveaway? As much as we love you guys, the show isn't just, you know, like Costco for free samples. It's like, this is a very quality show they put on here. And on my stream, you know, everyone shocks. You know, we're going to start trolling you now. I know. But y'all are funny though. Y'all know we just goof off on the stream, but like, yeah, Heather is telling you, be quiet, be educated about Pantera. See, she knows what's important on the stream. The good stuff, right? Exactly. Okay. So anyways, whenever I'm waiting for a trade, I do like to just be anecdotal and just tell you guys stories and keep y'all entertained. But normally this is a pretty simple setup. I like to trade. I'm doing gamma exposure, which is what this is. This is monthly and weekly options. Probability is really high that we don't don't go from bull market to bear market on hedging. When you break through this orange, it's very brutal. How good is this pivot? Well, that big nasty dive that we had here was that pivot. You can see that the volume just went crazy at that point. And when you lose this orange, it's devastating to the market. You see that volatility we had come out of nowhere? That does come from this, right? And so it shouldn't be breaking this level. And the fact that the selling overran it for a little bit, it created this abnormal volatility that's finally starting to stabilize. And it's kind of like if you erase this like it didn't even happen, the break just caused a bunch of algorithms to jump in and trade. It's kind of like what we expected to see, a fall to here, then a retrace back to here, which is what we're doing right now, which is good because the trade's taken off. And a lot of times the market will just overshoot and overreact, and you go look at all the clues, and it shouldn't be selling off, which is why I'm still in the trade. This account is now only down $2,400. Get this to green. I'll be happy today. You hate, will Costco give away free samples? You didn't know that? Dude, you got to go to Costco on like Sunday afternoon and take your own plate. It's like a tapas restaurant. Yes, I'll have a samosa. I'll have a piece of candy. I'll have buttered chicken. I'll have some of that as well. Ooh, fish sticks. Give me some of those. You get like international tapas on Costco on Sunday. Call it tapas. Yeah. Yeah. We said, we were like, would you like to go to Costco for tapas today? Oh, absolutely. At my Costco, actually, there was a guy that would sing like the Indian food. It was the frozen Indian food. And he was like, want to be a balla? Try the masala. And he would just be like singing lines for every single thing. Don't you be tripping. Try the butter chicken. And he just like yelling across the store at the Costco in Houston. It was really funny. Yeah. We go loop-de-loo for the Vindaloo. Come on over. And then they give it into like those little like paper ramekin cups. Oh yeah, so good. After trading with ES and NASDAQ with the same strategy for a month, you know, significant higher win rate on ES and considering focusing solely on ES. Does that sound like a reasonable decision? It's not necessarily the ES. It is a reasonable decision, but probably not for the reason you think it. Let me ask you a question. I can probably guess what you're doing. Are you trading ES and NASDAQ the same size, like one ES contract and then one NASDAQ contract and comparing them side by side? Because of that, you will perform better in ES usually if you treat them the same. NASDAQ not only moves faster, every 5 points that the ES moves, NASDAQ will move 8. You got to realize this. This is something to take note of if you guys didn't know that. So with that being said, you have to trade a little bit smaller when you're trading NASDAQ to kind of achieve the same thing. With NASDAQ, because it moves faster per contract, every 10 points in ES, you're going to lose $500 a contract. Every equivalent 40 points when you do the math, you'll lose $800 per NASDAQ. So with NASDAQ, you're going to hit drawdowns faster. You're going to hit stop losses faster if you're trading one contract in each, which is why, as a rule of thumb, every 8 NASDAQ, you trade one. Flipping it the other way around. Every 2 S&P, give or take, you'll trade one NASDAQ. A little bit more than that, but roughly, since it's a 5-to-8 ratio, if I trade 2 ES, I'll lose 1,000, and one NASDAQ, I'll lose 800. So if you start trading them in a ratio of 2 to 1, ES will slightly underperform. And so you kind of want to keep this same ratio of the inverse of that, what you want to do. So essentially, with every 8 ES, you're going to trade 5 NASDAQ, or an 8-to-5 ratio. So essentially, it's 1.4 to 1. So every 1 NASDAQ you trade, you'll trade 1.4 ES to keep the same per point ratio of a single strike distance and QQQ and SPY. So if you are trading ES and doing slightly better, it's likely because you're getting smaller moves. It's also could be because the ES is more of a complete index that's more diversified. So the S&P will likely be less crazy like the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is very sensitive to health and telecom and tech. So like today, the NASDAQ will collapse out. You might just have some losing days because you chose NASDAQ, but also sometimes you'll have winning days that are big because you chose NASDAQ as well. Most of the reason people underperform in NASDAQ is simply because the NASDAQ moves faster and you got to actually size down relative to the S&P. If your normal is like, I'll just take a contract here. The NASDAQ will move 8 for every 5 the S&P moves. So it will move faster. You're going to stop out a lot more. And that's usually why people say that. And while going to S&P is technically perceived as safer per single contract, it's you have a choice of your contract size. So essentially just de-lever your NASDAQ positions a little heavier. So if people are usually doing better in S&P, I tell them they're trading their NASDAQ too big. And that's usually what you got to do to change that. But it doesn't mean the S&P performs better. The S&P is less resistant to change sometimes. Sometimes the S&P doesn't move and the NASDAQ moves a lot because it's also a more complete index. So those are the two reasons most people perform worse in NASDAQ than they do in S&P. And it's not because your pivots work better in one or the other. It's just one of those two mechanics almost every time. So do I recommend 5 micro NASDAQ to 1 ES? That's about a good ratio. Like I said, it's a 1.4 to 1 ratio. So to make it simple for yourself, instead of trading micros, what I do is I just essentially I'll trade, I'll just round this up to 2. I'll trade 2 ES for every 1 NASDAQ. That's the way I do it. Every 40 points in NASDAQ will be $800 in 1. Every 40 points with 2, every 10 points with 2 will give me $1,000 in ES. So 2 contracts will be up and down 1,000 for every strike. 1 contract NASDAQ will be up and down 800. So relatively keeping them the same. If I want a medium position on NASDAQ, I'll trade like 5 micros and then 1 S&P. So 2 to 1 is a good roundup from 8 to 5. I just make it 10 to 5 and round it a little bit. But in reality, NASDAQ will move slightly faster because of the way that it's all designed under the hood. Yeah. But that's a good way to put it. So, but if you do, and again, don't let me change anything you're doing, the person that asked that. If you're finding success in something else, stick with it. The rule of thumb with trading is what works for you works for you. Do what works for you. And I'm just teaching you so you can understand a couple of mechanics that may be leading to that conclusion. But in reality, you know, if it's working for you, you're in a step in the right direction. Always do what works for you. That's kind of the rule. And what works for you may work differently for other people. So what contract size would I trade with 50K accounts? Well, here's how you guys do the math. You want me to teach you how to do the math? All right, hold on. Let's go straight to the website. Let me teach you guys a trick. I teach this in my boot camp. Position sizing is the trick to winning these accounts. So let me show you guys the trick here. All right, let's go to MyFundedFutures website. Let's pick an account as an example. This is your trick. Okay. You're going to take the drawdown that you deal with, your max drawdown. Let's just pick, I don't know, starter plus as an example. 50K starter plus, $2,000 of max drawdown. Okay. What I normally will do is allow myself to lose 3 days on that account. So I pick the 3 days arbitrarily because I am willing to pay more and blow up more because I have a little bit more money to spend. Okay. And so I'm okay with that. You may choose a different, but how many times you'd want to do this a month? 3 times is like 6 times a month to do this. So that might cost me about $1,000 if I blow up all 6 times. So example is I'm going to give myself 3 days to trade this in 2 trades per day. Okay. Divided by 6, that's $333 per trade, right? I use this rule of 10 points S&P and 40 points NASDAQ, all right? With 10 points on the S&P, 6 micros, which is $50 a micro, maybe 7 micros will give me $33 per trade. 7 micros S&P. I'm doing the math here. Every 10 points is $50 on a micro. So 50 times 7 is 350. So now I'm trading 7 micros to give myself 6 attempts to pass the account. NASDAQ is fairly similar. Every 40 points is $80 per micro. And therefore, that's roughly 4 micros NASDAQ. I do this math on every prop firm account I do with the total drawdown I'm doing. I set it up like that to deleverage my my account. So as a rule of thumb, that's my choice to choose 3 days and 2 trades per day. You choose what you're tolerant of. And what makes that choice happen is you say, if I fail every 3 days with the worst luck in a row for a month, there's 20 days in a trading month. That's 7 attempts. And I multiply 7 by the amount that it costs me. And I go, is my budget okay to have, 7 times 12? Or 7 times 13? That's $910. Okay. So, am I okay spending $910 a month? And the worst case scenario, sure, that's under my budget. So the first place you start is, what is your budget? And then you find out how many times you want to fail to achieve that budget. If your budget is, I can only buy 3 of these a month, then you now have a bigger number than 3 that I have, because you have to last a little longer. Set your budget. Set your worst case scenario is, I blow up every single time, every single day in a row, every single trade is a loss. And that sets the maximum you'll spend and the minimum of your position size. And then you can set a realistic number to set the maximum of your position size and say, okay, maybe I'll win half of my trades because my win rate is 50%. Okay, so instead of this, I'll make a smaller version so I have a bigger trade. Now I have a range of positions. Maybe my confident trades, I take the bigger one. My non-confident, take the smaller one. And this is the key to making money as a trader. Position sizing. I tell people position sizing is everything in trading. It's not where you get in. It's not where you get out. It's not where you long. It's not where you short. It's not the candle says, the pattern says. It doesn't matter if your chart has colored triangles on it, trend lines on it. It doesn't matter what you're looking at. You can have this and this and this and this. And you might think that trading is that. That's just chart reading. Heck, you might even got some emojis on your chart. I don't know what system you use. Let's put the mean one on there. But at the end of the day, this isn't what trading is. People think this is trading. Where I get in, where I get out. Do I long? Do I short? That's the easiest decision to make. I get that decision right most of the time. I get it on the right side and then I lose. Well, the difference between me getting it on the right side and then losing and other people is I don't blow up that easily. My position size is what keeps me in the game. I lost 4 trades in a row. I was down almost 9K today. Now I'm down 2,400 today. Why? Well, because my position was never big enough so that the worst case scenario busts the account. This account's up 50K. On the worst day, which is like 1 out of a month, it might take a 10K haircut. That again was 1 account. Spreading my risk up that has a small probability. These are high probability pivots, and it shouldn't have broken many of them, and it broke all of them. And even in the worst case scenario, lose, and lose, I'm still able to survive. And position sizing is how you do that. This is really the trick to this. Isn't 7 micro almost 1 mini? Well, yeah, I mean, it's 70% of a mini, right? So at the end of the day, you guys want to make sure that you set conservative boundaries to your position sizing. The most important decision you make is not if the emoji tells you the long or short, or your trend lines are crossing over, or the VWAP says, or where you get in and get out. They're important. The most important decision is the size of that position. Why I picked 2? Well, what happens is if it falls to this 92% pivot again, this math I'm doing in my head already, right? This is 75 points. Let's round that up to 80, right? Because that's easy to do the math on 80. Every 40 points is 1,600. If I do it times 2 is $3,200. $3,200 turns this account into being upside down 6,000 if I decide to cut right there. Absolutely okay with losing 6,000. I always have a grasp on how much I can lose or how much drawdown I can take in the worst case scenario. And that is really what a trader is doing when they're sitting here telling stories about Pantera and having long hair. I've never lost sight of the risk I'm taking, the amount of drawdown I can take. And if I ever bust accounts or blow up accounts, it's because I get a string of bad luck, but it's inching my way lower. I never blow up an account in a single day. Never. And I can't count how many years have I not blown up an account a single day. It doesn't happen to me anymore. It will never happen to me anymore. I have so much control over my position size. The market will have to just fall thousands of points out of nowhere, and I have to be away from my computer for it to happen. It doesn't happen. And you keep your risk in check, it shouldn't happen. The odds of the market just falling so much that 2 contracts blows up 50K would have to be, I'd have to be asleep for the entire day and miss a market crash, right? Never say never. No, I say never. It never will happen. It never has happened. The odds of the market falling, for me to lose 50K on 2 contracts, let's do the math, right? 1,600 a contract, okay? 16 and 50 is 30 or 3, right? So for me to lose 50K, the market would going to have to be 30 times 40. The NASDAQ would have to go 1,200 points against me while I'm sleeping. The odds of NASDAQ moving 1,200 points in general is almost 0. It's going to happen like once or twice every 10 years, like when we had the big crash in April. The NASDAQ is not going to move thousands of points in a day. It might have gotten close back when we were crashing. I think this day, 86 to 74, this day would have done it. These crashes happen twice a decade. So the odds are maybe twice a decade I could possibly happen, even at 2. But I'm going to pull the plug before it happens because it doesn't fall straight down like that. At maximum, I pull the ripcord at 12% anyways. And the twice a decade it happens, I will pull the ripcord all the way. So when I say never, it's because I'd have to be in a car crash or something in the hospital without a stop loss, because I will see it coming from a mile away, and I have a hard plug pull at 12% anyways. 1/5, and I'm out. And I say never because I'm in full control of what I do. I won't let it happen. I never, again, I can have a psychological lapse where I can just somehow go crazy and lose my psychological control. But I'm going to tell you, I'm solid there. It doesn't happen. And it's, as I've gotten like more well off as a trader, I've needed money less and less and less, that I don't have that psychological attachment and fear of losing and making money anymore. Trading is like fun dollars now. All trading does is support further trading. All trading does is let me invest in other businesses. Trading doesn't even pay my bills anymore. I'm so far ahead in life. So that is an actual advantage to have in trading, is once you've been doing it for long enough, and if you do well, trading no longer pays the bills. And with that, that psychological part disappears from your trading. It's really hard to trade when you need the trading money to keep going. And I was there for a long time as getting started, just like a lot of you guys are. Unfortunately, that is the hardest psychological hurdle, is you need to pay bills and you still want to trade. It forces you to feel different. But once you get over that hurdle and you're in the clear, trading becomes infinitely easier when you don't need the money to do anything with. Trading is just a game you're playing, and it's all numbers at that point. I lose $10,000. That $10,000 is never going to buy a single thing I'm going to own. It never does. It just keeps trading. I don't lose that and say, oh crap, that was my car payment, or crap, that's the mortgage. I just lose it and say, well, I make money over time. I'll get it back at some point. And that it's kind of like the unfortunate thing is that people with money might have an advantage. It doesn't mean they do have an automatic advantage. I know rich people are absolute idiots with their money. But if you have trade, resets, lunch money 50, go. But when you get to the point that you're trading with money that you don't need, you don't feel anything towards it. People on stream watch me get close to losing 10K, and now I've made most of it back. Those of you that watched me on stream, did I look like I was worried? Did I look defeated? Did I look like, oh my God, my life is over? No, never, right? Because I accepted at any point in time I could lose that much. I'm absolutely okay with losing that much, because it's part of the plan and it doesn't catch me off guard. Now, I was very close to pulling the ripcord for the day. If I ever lose, like I said, 1/8 of the account, I usually pull. And I was a little bit over that 12%. I was like, yeah, I might pull out. Very rare as the market fall like this and break pivots. But I was like, you know what? Because the S&P is not tanking either, let me continue to stab at this. And I did. I actually continued to stab, but it wasn't over trading. It was taking the setup I wanted to do again. All right. So let me see if I want to trim one more off of this. I've taken this trade like 3 times. 1, 2, I added to it 3. So the idea is we close above blue. So I'm going to hang on to it. just 2 now. The idea is that throttling risk. And again, you have perfect control of the market. Yes, I can get caught off guard with a crash. The crash of the magnitude where I blow up an account with this size, I'm always in the know. Even if Trump were to say something in a non-volatile environment and the Nasdaq were to fall a couple hundred points, it would hurt. But I would never lose control in a single day. I can't remember the last time that happened. I do go on strings of bad luck where I'll just be on the wrong side of the trade 3-4 times in a row. That does happen. And usually if I bust an account or bust a prop account, that's what happened. I just got bad luck. But it's never like really that mode of I'm super over leveraged and the market just tanks against me and I wasn't in control of that. I know that if I fall 40 points, I'm down $1,600, right? Here to there, 1,600. That's well within the range of I'm okay with that limit, right? All right. So that's like what I got for today. They added the code. You guys got that. Hopefully I'll grab some lunch money 50s. As I say, position sizing is really the key. Knowing where pivots can be and probabilities is also helpful, but position size is really key to everything. And I've taught that till I'm blue in the face. I tell people the most important decision you make is not the trading strategy you use, it's the size of the position you take. That is key to beating, and that is even double key for trader funding programs, which are twice as hard to beat than a regular, your own personal trading account. Trader funding programs have tight limits you got to walk between. Even so, you got to make money, but then it's like, well, but you can't lose money along the way. There's a trailing drawdown, and you can't make too much because there's consistency. So now you got to make money with perfect control in a trader funding program, which is twice as hard because you can't lose a certain amount. You can't make a certain amount. Position sizing is even more important there than anything because you are literally navigating, right? A tight little space. All right, you guys. Any more questions you guys have for me? I love going on like long rants about position sizing, how important it is. When somebody asks, what's the position size? As you know, somebody said Math Coward. I love it. That's an awesome name for me. I'm always in the back of my mind, okay, what's the worst case to happen? Okay, Trump tweets something, we fall to here. Maybe it holds. Okay, what is 2 going to cost me? Okay, I'm okay with that haircut. All right, the R&R is still good. Good. I'm always in the know of what I can possibly lose and what I can possibly win, right? That's really the key. But yeah, happy 4th. So once I start to build a buffer, do I kind of do the math in reverse? So when you build a buffer, right, if you think about it like this, your drawdown is here, and then you get a little bit of buffer, right, which is there, and now your trading account is there. You just treat your buffer as like total drawdown. If you're trying to scale the account, you can start trading bigger. Whatever buffer you have built allows you to scale a little bigger if you'd like to take a little bit more risk. But I do the same math. If my normal account was like a $3,000 drawdown and I calculated that I would do, 1 E-mini or something, and then somehow I built like 6,000 a buffer, then I could start trading maybe 2. And then if I built 12,000, I can trade 4, right? Essentially, I usually choose a scaling plan in any kind of account that has a buffer in it by going a little riskier. And then, of course, if the account starts coming down, then I trade smaller by that same ratio, right? I ratio for a % gain in the account. So I scale up that way, right? That's how I do it. It's easier for you if you have buffer in the funded accounts. It's hard if you have DLL and maximum loss limit. Right, daily loss limit is the killer to me. I usually need to be able to survive a bunch of string losses to be able to make a bunch of string winners. So daily loss limit just kicks you out of the account and you can't ever fight it back. And that's why DLL is like my worst enemy when it comes to trading accounts. So if I'm actually trading, I don't like choosing accounts that have DLL. I hate it. I like to trade throughout the day. I can monitor my total loss pretty easily, but DLL is kind of like, if you don't pick the right trade, it's more like lucky, which is the trade that's going to win. Well, you got to pick the right one at the right time. And a lot of times you'll just get a string of bad luck, like today, lose, 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 lose. And then it's like win, 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 win. But you can't take the second wave of trading if you hit DLL, right? Hopefully you said that was helpful. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Cool, cool. See you tomorrow, 2 times today. Almost got the code. Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow for sure. It's almost time to get out of here, you guys. I'll be streaming live on YouTube to finish out the day, so I can turn this account green. I'd be very excited if I could. Somebody says you go full port if you hit DLL. Hey, man, any strategy is a strategy, I guess. With 700 people waiting, the coupon's for 50 people. You got a 1 in 14 chance. That's a 7% chance of winning, 7 to 8% chance of winning. Not really that bad on the odds. All right, guys. With that being said, I'm out of here. I'll be on my stream today in the afternoon. I'll drop the link here. You guys can come hang out with me. I do the same stuff. I'm going to pick up the same trades I'm doing now and hopefully finish them out and do well. Thank you, crew. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everybody else from the morning. Thank you, hosts, or producers and everybody in the back end. Thank you for the codes. Thank you, community. We'll see you guys later. Love all of y'all. I'm going to get out and head over to my stream. Here's the link, and I'll be here for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ice